He's a phenomenal control player.
First.
Hi. You have caught me double queuing. This and standard. We're playing an Esper aggro deck, so it's fine. I'm also 2-2. My opponent... I'm up a game. My opponent showed up 11 minutes after the round has started. I thought there is a limit. Like, I thought at some point... Also, we are about to witness the Raven Man plus winning announcement versus Elijah Shredder. It's 15 minutes. Okay. Standing leagues. Okay, that's why. Also feel like it always changes, but I guess it's just that between various tournaments it's not. In Vintage, we are playing Squee, and this is... Whoa, hey, this is a hand, bros. CWS. Why are you gonna put back Fossil Vigor? It's just clean this way. Well, kind of no interaction, but it's game 1, and like we start with 10 power. Plus we have Squee to return. Squee, you mean counter Vine? Oh yes, I do mean counter Vine. Do you think I should cast my Go for the Throat right now to make them connive? To get a Raven? Man? Why not? I could like cast it and then I can attack and draw a card with the wedding announcement, but also I can make a token. Making a token is like honestly also pretty good. I don't know, I'll pass, whatever. Once we enter the end step, then you can do the Ravenman thing because it's at the beginning of each end step, but the Ravenman. Ravenman. Come on, Force of Will, blue card. Close. Let's keep a green root wall in my hand for Force of Vigor. Hopefully my putting back of Force of Vigor will not punish me by my opponent going Mox off. Ooh. Keep 2 root wall for Vengevine. I don't think I need Vengevine after this. Although, maybe, yeah, you're probably right. I should have discarded Serum Powder. Because Serum Powder is a free discard. If I had like anything good, then no, but since I had like a Serum Powder. Alright, rewarded. Mindbreak Trap Wasteland, what the hell is that? Cradle. Well, here it is. Mindbreak Trap Wasteland, that's... I don't know what's that. Oh, it could be Mirror, yeah. Well, that makes sense, but no, it's Tropical Island. I knew it's just Tropical Island. Riordan. Right, MTG Bot said that he's been last seen playing Oath of Druids. For Atraxa. No Wasteland here. Riordan is an Oath card though. Maybe he has a tech Wasteland to find Oath of Atraxa? For Atraxa though, wow. I mean, that was what? Vintage Preliminary? March 17th, so yesterday. Show and tell, yeah. Show and tell. Oh, no blue card. Sad. Show and tell might pose a problem, but it's kind of rude that they last list had no Wasteland, and then like they immediately Wasteland my Bazaar, which is the thing that the Squee deck is the weakest to. You have 6 minutes. Okay, that's off. We have 6 minutes of advantage. Yeah, that resolves. You might need that Force of Vigor. Well, I sure do now, buddy. Noxious Revival. Well. Just in time. Just in time, yeah. I mean, probably still put Bazaar on top. MCain Submerge. I have one snapback. I don't know about McCain Submerge. Submerge doesn't even work. Because you need to have an island for Submerge, which I don't. Oh no, oh no, oh shit. I guess this is, well, this is still legendary. Shit, I messed up. Oh, whatever. Should have bounced it in response, but it's fine too. And then we untap, bounce, replay, we actually get a crow. Sure. Okay, Fluster. Just top 8 an RCQ with thanks to your Lotus Guide, but fell short against a very good opponent on Greasefang. Short on cards or like short in what way? Short on advice. I think I did not include Greasefang in the guide because I didn't respect the deck, but then it was very good. I mean, fell short, so you just lost in the quarters, and that's what you mean, yeah. Greasefang is not an excellent matchup for Lotus Field for sure. Anyways, you're welcome. Do you bring in Neil for Parhelion? I wasn't doing that for the most part because they also have discard and Neil is really doesn't help you when like all you're left with is that needle after the discard. Reveal they strip mine, so bad matchup. Without Parhelion, don't you have like infinite time? Well, how long does it take for the chariot to kill you? It's like 2 combats. Is that infinite time? Wow, time walk, okay, cool. Alright, I guess you get vintaged. Smack them connive so we get a raven. End of turn. And they do lose to life. So yeah, I think we win this one. They go to 2 and they lose in their draw step. Good. Okay, attracts a Griselbrand. Yeah. How did this get in there? Oh, from off. Also Gaze Blessing. Ay, caramba. This doesn't look like a good matchup. Let me look at his deck list from yesterday. Okay, so it's Rag and not Bug. Seems like no black cards, probably. But red mana for Ren, which is probably worse for me. Jogmos Bergen, wow, that's not so good. Full Leyline of the Void. 1 nameless inversion for the tribal card for Atraxa. Yeah, that's for sure is the best card in Vintage to play. 1 Tabernacle at Pendrelevale. Pitting Needle. So we're gonna keep Foss of Vigor. I guess it's an oath deck, so yeah, we like do that anyways. Where's the oaths here? I have 14 lifelink, 7. Yeah, okay, you win. Well, it's probably a close matchup. I just like didn't draw the things, so they weren't good. So they play Oko and Ren. We could subtlety that. Snapback seems good, and Caracas seems good to let me get that extra combat. Nice sideboard. I mean, I switched what I wanted to do, right? I added 2 cards for subtleties, which I don't want. So yeah, it is a nice sideboard. All of the other sideboard cards are in my main deck. Chalice is pretty bad. No, Chalice is good on the play. On the draw, maybe I would rather have a subtlety. Likely. Just because a blue card and I can counter Ren or Oko. Charles is mainly bad on the draw. They only play 4 zeros if you recall correctly. Yeah, well, how many more do you want to? Like, if you shut down the... It's like a wasteland, but... proactive. Did you know that Gaia's Cradle isn't restricted? I did, yeah. Ay caramba. Ay caramba. Ay caramba. Well... Keep. Bottom. Probably strip mine. I want to keep Noxious Revival. I want to keep a counter. I mean, I guess. It's kind of the same to keep the... I mean, the bounce spell is kind of almost better because it gives me bounce spell versus a non-bounce spell. So I don't even know if I play the Bazaar, but I guess I do. I would actually like to go to 0 cards if possible, then I can use Bazaar to mill over cards to find Squee, Master of Death to build a hand. No, that's good. That's good. That's what we wanted because that way I can redraw it. When I play it, they play something, I counter. Like, I think I counter a cantrip. Or a Mox. If he has a second Wasteland, then too bad. Okay, let's this happen and hope he plays Ren and I counter Ren. Dawaj kurwa Rena, no. Dawaj tego Rena. Oh, yeah, I counter that too. If he has protection, then congrats. See, no protection. We have an empty hand. We get to use end of turn and in my upkeep. I'll draw Master of Death, so maybe I draw. I mean, one card is not that... Well, it comes back anyways. It's kind of free to get it, and like we can get it back on the next upkeep. And we can hit Hollow One now. Nice. So now let's use it now. If we get 2 Root Wallas. No 2 Root Wallas, okay. But you know, that was a pretty... let's not say perfect way for this game to break down, but I think very favorable. And hopefully, like, I guess even Wasteland, I have 2 Bazaars, so not worried. An Oath would be rough, but honestly beatable, and you know, just a Ponder for something lame, then that's fine. Chooses to not shuffle. Wow, so cocky. Brainstorm. Point is an SCG Pro. Pros. Honestly, the heuristic I have begun to use lately, for a while, but lately even harder, is that if somebody is an SCG Pro, that lowers my estimation of them rather than growing it. As far as being a Magic gamer goes. Of course, they're probably nice people or something. Not arguing that. Ojej, nie no, Lotusa masz. Narsetę. Ajajaj, caramba. Only 1 card left in hand, so... It is a bit rough that Narset is actually very good against my use of Bazaar, but it's a little bit of a ay caramba situation. They got a pre-order. Narset should be double-sided, I think. That'll be nice. Yeah, at least we have the spirit tokens to pressure Narset. Honestly, should you even play Narset in a Forbidden Orchard deck? It's a little bit awkward. What would she flip to? I mean, like, in game, would that her effect would affect both players? See, we can attack Narset easy. Discard one top, one bottom with Preordain. Puts Skitaxian Probe in their hand, but my flash holds no secrets, monster. Solga. Ah, kurwa. Alright, it's okay, it's okay. We get to rebuild. We can rebuild. Don't know any cards in my opponent's hand. There's no way they play removal for spirit tokens, so we can just send one at Narset, one at face. O kurwa. Sol Guida miał, nawet nie Leylina. Haczama. Oh yeah, then version, but they don't play black in this version. That's true. Green mana. I hope it's Oko. And not an oath. Yes, play Oko, play Oko. Yeah. Oof. That time when you're relieved to see an Oko. Instead of literally anything else. Oko is still decent, yeah. It's Bazaar twice to rebuild. Okay, we got the Master Super. We're fine, Copium. I'm actually so fine right now, bros. I'm actually so fine. Don't mill yourself? Why? I should be milling myself, it's advantageous. If I hit another Root Walla, I will actually make it so that they can Mind Break Trap my all my Root Wallas, so that will be weak, but probably they will not have Mind Break Trap. Pretty cool game. Yeah, well, it will be cool if I end up winning, so don't count your chickens, Lizard. So far, it's merely close. Ooh, oh yeah, those are good flips. Ooh. Oh my. Oh yeah. Kurwa. No odczep się, ja pierdolę, no. Tu ma Ravenusa, tu ma Solgaida. Co ty taki hejter? Ay, 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 caramba. Don't mill yourself. Yeah, don't mill myself. I have 1, 2, 3 squeeze and 3 Master of Death, so I only have 2 left in my deck. Hand size increasers. Vengevine. My last one? No, penultimate Vengevine. Attack 4 at Oko. And makes another one. I don't kill Oko. Pointless. Attack all that face. 3 damage. Pointless. Oh, it's not so good, bros. Ravenous Trap. No, ja pierdzielę. I hope they play Oko. Scoops to Oko. Why you attack? Should I block this? I don't think so. If you have Tabernacle, you attack, but then it's whatever. Just another one, okay. I think I upkeep use. This I won't discard it. Use both. Aniki, Aniki. If draw card you can cast, that is true. If I flip 2 Root Wallas, I can summon. That's an okay draw. More Bazaars. Maybe I should have triple blocked Mox Ruby because I will triple block next turn. What made you go back to this version? I just haven't played it in a while, so I just felt like playing it. When I play with Hex Shrinker, people come into my chat and ask me, Conister, but why aren't you playing the superior version with 10 counterspells in the main deck? Which I say, I don't know, bro, I like Hex Shrinker and I like lose to a passion casting a Tinker. And when I play this, I get a question, what made you come back to this version? That actually was a pretty fairly reserved and valid question though, so can't really mind that. Also, my standard double Q has the gun and we have a Skrelv, Denik, Adeline curve, so no reason not to keep against funny man numbers. The X-Shrinker version looks better to me from watching your stream only. I think they're pretty close, like matchup dependent. A Hex Shrinker one is just better against Wasteland, this one is better against combo. That's the best way to summarize that, but it's a fairly poor deck against Wasteland. Ay, caramba. Can I ask Funny Man to tell a joke? I mean, I could. I guess. I think I can't win against an oath here. Hex Shrinker also better for the mirror, right? Yeah, it should be better for the mirror. Which is, again, mirror is a Wasteland deck, so. That tracks. Like, the Hex Shrinker deck is good at beating hate, but it's just less good, right? At being a vintage deck. The Caracas is in my graveyard, so the Snapback is what I would hope to get. Which I might get. But the Caracas unfortunately got milled over when I was trying to rebuild from the multiple hate cards. Ah. Yeah, it's a like very coherent, very functional like deck, but just weaker powerless deck. But yeah, I don't say like the fact that I'm not playing Hex Shrinker in this showcase challenge doesn't mean that the friendship is over, right? I just wanted to play this deck this time. Ay caramba, no. And they don't stop coming. They never stopped coming. Do I want to attack an Eganjo the Harvester? I don't think so. I don't think I ever want to do that. I think I just want to cast the Nick. So I don't want to take the risk of my opponent blocking for 1 damage. I got a Grizzlebrand at least. But once again, I have no outs. He drew 7, drew 10. Remember when Vintage Gamers thought it was a great idea to put Forza Healy in their off deck and then have Sun Titan as the hit? I don't remember that ever being the strat. So I think you're making it up a little bit. I'll do this, have a Danik to block the Goblin Shaman, Ravenman to hate on the Fable by making a Raven end of turn, and you know, for sure some people played Sun Titan off, and I think Sun Titan was a relatively common off target, but it was not with Sahili. Alright, you win. I can beat you. We lost to an SCG grinder. And now we can focus on playing standard Roni. It was with Sahili because it's an infinite combo. Oh, is Sahili the Titan? You have 2 Sahilis, okay. I see. Damn, that's solid. It's actually solid. Could play Ganjo, play Ertai Resurrected, kill Graveyard Trespasser, discard Adeline, trigger Ravenman, attack for 4, down to 17. Could play Adeline, give unblockability to the Ravenman, attack with the Ravenman and Bird token for free. Skrelv tapped, Adeline in play, a Ganjo still in hand. I think that's better. If you draw a normal land, then a Ganjo you can also discard and that triggers Ravenman later. Skrelv unblockability. Could also play land and use the Ravenman. That is not so good though. I think that does not hold up to my opponent's board. You also Skrelv the soldier, right? Yeah. Then no attack of the Ravenman. Okay, keep an extra soldier. No Skrelv up for Adeline, but we have a second one. I like that. I don't have lifelink, so that would be some significant damages, but seems like decent value. We got 19, we get an extra humo. Solid until you realize your vintage deck has Force Sahili in it. I mean, just pitch share to Force of Will. I top 128 at this SCG regional tournament in 2019. Am I qualified to be a grinder? How many players? It's the joke that it was 128 players to begin with. They sold transfer my Adeline, which is fine. Whatever. Maybe I should block with the Raven Man on the Fable token. The life totals are pretty low. Snap. Piazza of Heroes. O kurwa, no. Right, I think we play Adeline. We attack with Bird token. They Ganjo these. So they can't copy it with Reflection. And we get a Raven from the Raven Man. Gab and I were thinking something like this might actually be okay in Pioneer. Esper Legends. The main reason to play Esper Legends is that Mox Amber is, well, not Mox Amber, that Plaza of Heroes is a insane land. Untapped, painless, all colors, and then just protection. Are you actually playing Squee in Vintage? Yes. I think before the last PT there was one guy working on an Esper Legends deck for a pretty long time and failing. And looked exactly like this deck. Except that his version had more Ruinous Blasts. Urza's Ruinous Blasts. Now for Mox Amber, like Mox Amber is such a scam card, it's so bad. Just generally. Can tap Ravenman to make them discard. Maybe kill the retire, resurrected. Okay, this, and this attack. I'm excited to play Popper for Mox Season 2. I mean, I can just skip them. I will. The payoff to playing a lot of Ottawa and Ganjas that you can play more lands. Yeah, this deck playing 28 lands. It's super smart, I think. Standard S3. I don't mind standard. Actually, I think standard is fun. Like, I actually like standard now. I killed the Trespasser. So maybe I should have did it 3 blocks. So well, I mean, they had a block on the token anyways. I get a Raven from the Raven Man. The Raven Man, impressive. 3 Ravens made already, damn. But yeah, you definitely want to play bloated amount of lands. Am I coming to the Vintage tournament in London in April? I don't know anything about it, so I probably will not come, most likely. Dylan Pro Red. Wait for Bank Buster, they don't draw. Bonita. This is a free attack with this, right? Unless I want blockers, I might want blockers. Who knows? Our LGS finally dropped their monthly Popper FNM and replaced it for a modern one. Okay. Congrats to your LGS. Not free if they crew also. Well, it's free if they crew. Do I actually activate the Ravenman? I have 3 blockers. They make a Goblin Shaman, then they make a Goblin Shaman and crew. Might just keep up the Plaza of Heroes instead. We have 3 bears. The 4th one doesn't really seem to change anything in regards of how fast we kill them. So it might be better to keep up Plaza than to use the Ravenman. Do you think in every regional champs anyone died to poison from Esper? Once, is my guess. Yeah, Ravenman is sorcerer speed. If it wasn't, then obviously. Can wait. But they make a Goblin Shaman end of turn. I think it's better to keep up Plaza than make them discard. Unfortunately, I was excited to use the Ravenman, but... And they also cheat me out of my use now by discarding in my end step, so it actually never goes on the stack. There should be a second end step. If somebody does something like that, they should re-end step. Also, they didn't even copy the Goblin Shaman, so that's better for me, I guess. They discarded Liliana, so they probably have another spell. Liliana just not so good for them. They did discard 2 cards right now, so a crow is coming. So I guess that'll be 5 crows, so maybe for that reason I was supposed to make them discard, but if they copy end of turn, like I make them discard, they copy end of turn, they untap, they crew, like play new creature crew removal spell, then it's problematic, I think. Kill Adeline, then they go attack, attack, attack. I have to block with token on this Ertai versus the Goblin Shaman. I die. Oi, oi, oi. Yes. Yes, miss. Oh, I gained 2 life. I gained 2 more life with the Reckoner Bankbuster. This is not so nice. If we draw Raffine, we're going to die. If we attack with Raffine, so that wouldn't be wise. Seems like maybe I would have ended up being better off using the Ravenman with how it transpired. This doesn't help. So I believe that is death. I don't see any way out of that. Mm.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Yo dot.
I mean, all they have to do is to pass their turn, but maybe they won't. Maybe they will attack with Joldred. Also, they don't know that because they might have a... Okay. Might have like an Otawara in hand still, right? Technically. Alright, they'd kill me though with the sucking Zan. Close game. I wonder if there were... Like, I guess if I used the Ravenman, then I probably would have won. I'm up against Jand, which seems like just Jand mid-range. Play Fable. I am on the play, so I'll keep all the Skrelvs. They have Joldred in their deck. Let's not play Ertai. I play Ertai to check him out, but he kinda sucks. On the play, I'll just keep the, like... good cards. 62.
He's a phenomenal
Yeah, like
control
Cat and
player.
a gun, a
We are going
Ganjo,
steady now.
Ravenman, and let's go. Going steady now. Thank you for the sub. Oh, Oi, 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 caramba! Esta not so good. Boarding an extra announcement after it not doing anything? You don't get it, bro. I'm on the play. But yeah, I think, I don't know. Everybody says that wedding announcement is crazy. It hasn't necessarily been in my experience. What is hand? Let's keep black mana in it. Well. Why was the first hand a mole? Well, I just didn't have a 2-drop. I had 3 free drops for lands. Stag is rather aggressive, I think. So I just felt I can get a better one, but I got punished by having to mull to 5. But every card in this deck is so much better when you play 2-drop first, right? Every Raffine and Adeline wedding announcement, that's so much better if you have a 2-drop before that card. Well, I was memeing. Wow, they countered my Razorant so hard. We play Adeline or Announcement? If we play Adeline, they block the token. And we might draw a card with winning announcement next turn, which seems more valuable. They play Fable. Then I have the Adeline attack. I guess. But the wedding announcement overall, it does feel to me like it's a Maybe I don't know. Maybe I play the card badly, or I don't know how to play it, but it does not feel as strong in my experience compared to what I often hear about it. They have a Brotherhood Zen that would suck for me. They would make my Adeline smaller and sweep. Okay, Determined. Trespasser. Ooh, makes sense. Transmogran much worse against a Trespasser deck. I guess you attack. Butter, just like salad is seasoning. Okay. Whoa, Modo bug. 2 creatures were attacking. I don't draw. I make a human token. Wow, so bugged. Should fix your game, wizards. Ay, caramba. Guess it's gonna become night. I should kill. Maybe I should Eganjo Trespasser with both my lands. Maybe I should bounce the wedding announcement. Probably not. Wizards don't care about game, they care about cloud and profit. What is cloud? Let's Eganjo do this. What cloud do they care about it? They not care about the game if the game is what makes them profit. Cloud Chaser Maro. Yeah, I hate when Maro just goes and cloud chases. Thinking cloud chasing Maro. Caramba, caramba. Squee, yes. That's hence the title, Squeeze These. It's a so-called joke. Haven't been long enough and nice for this though. Not nice. I think one of my favorite nice stories was about Oscar Wilde. He got invited there after spending time in Rome. And reading Gaul, not Rome, and spent his mate's money and banked busboys and his friend told him to piss off. Well, that's a nice story. Although it's pretty wild. Get a free cards and the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I don't. I don't feel so good about this one. Maybe I can draw a Joldred. Sorry, Canister. Best I can do is Arctic Shores. Oh, it's my deck. By the way. Oh, freelance soon. Wow, nothing? All removal? Raffine. Alright. Let's go Raffine. How are you gonna kill this, huh? Oh, we'll go with the throat. Yeah, Razalash is 6 mana. Think I should use it for 6 mana here? I can use it if they play non-basic. They're too smart for that. It is a 5-3, I guess. I think I will. I think I don't want to use it for this much mana. They play 4th land. Also, it seems like they're actually not Jan, but rather Rakdos. Curiously. The Jan Triumph was just a fake out. They actually only play 2 colors. Wow, it's pretty whack. They play under basic. Crazy. It's a good draw. Don't mind that. As long as they never draw their creature, we're actually fine. Dawaj, atakuj. Oh, no non-basic land, bro. I think they know. I think they don't play for fun on purpose, bro. I'm suspecting that. Maybe I should cut the Transmogran against him. Probably not. Alright, alright. Maybe you can win. Come on, Haunted Ridge. Play one. Play one. Play Haunted Ridge, bro. Don't be shy. What a little bitch of an opponent, not wanting to play one card. I'll just attack with all. We draw with the welding announcement. They go to 7. We have Plaza up for the Denik. We draw a Skrelv, awesome card. What are the synergies in this deck? It's a legendary deck. There's a few legendary themed cards. Not too many though. It's a rather loose synergies in this deck. Yeah, it's mostly the lands actually. The Plaza of Heroes and the Otawara Senegan just they got synergy. Oh no, big spell. Burn down the house. Create 3 devils. Devils are in the details though. That is scary. Wait, why you attack? Yeah, it's kinda like Pillar of the Paroons, but much better. Vintage Challenge Round 2 started, thanks. I actually seen that, but thank you for letting me know nonetheless. I mean... I protect? You champ now? No, I can copy the devil. But that's fine. Gain 4, you go to 1. I did probably... I should have left Caves of Koilos Dark Six Shores untapped. No, but then I have to take damage to play the Skrell. That would be bad. Alright, I guess we don't escape the Transmogrant anyway. They probably wouldn't play the 4-plan anyways. Hello, Canister. How is your life going? It's been a while. Oh, it's going pretty fine. That's a great hand. I'd say my life is going pretty fine. Chad, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your life currently? I did move, yeah. 7, 7, 6, 6. 6 is good, right? Should I use sorcery speed? I think I should not use sorcery speed. Favorite bird oil? I don't use that. Olive oil. I like olive oil. Canister wins based, alright. So on the draw, they had the sweeper. No longer like Skrelv as much. Let's have the Lawrence for the Fables maybe and go for the Throat for the Joldreds. They didn't seem to have much Joldreds. They have the creature that is specifically good versus removals though. But on the draw it helps to catch up. 6 is a mulligan. Like live mulligan. Let's board out the Adeline for being worse on the draw. I don't know if this should stay. I would not mulligan my life personally. Let's board the Raven Man back in. Skrell weak versus Brotherhood's End. I don't know if that's a good reason to cut it necessarily, but London Mulligan or Paris Mulligan? Would you Paris Mulligan your life? So winning announcement was very good this game. I don't particularly care for Ren. If we find a Vengevine, you can venge them, fine. Let's find Vengevine. Bro, where the heck is Vengevine? This is not okay. Oops, I have 4 minutes in this game. That's a bit of a problem. Need to rush. Hopefully I'll miss my third land drop and just die. Hopefully that's gonna happen. Yes! That's what I wanted. Well, sort of. They also didn't play the Fable, so like I can't just die because they don't do anything. And they're gonna play Shouldered into my Go for the Throat now. No, just Fable. So I'm actually fine if I draw a land now for Laurent. Probably play Adeline over Laurent. Maybe not, I don't know. Yes, a second Danik, Bog. Love a deck where I draw a second copy of my 2-drop and it's utterly useless. That's so good. I don't know if I want to use a Go for the Throat, not really. Tamashka down now, okay. Parasitic Grasp. Would a Bazaar withdraw 1 discard to be playable in Vintage? Well, if you just get to play more, then I don't see why not.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Alright, YOLOing Shouldreds and maybe the second one will stick and they'll die. Wow, they took damage. Maybe they'll play Invoke. Okay, they transfer the soul.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Canny Dab.
Canny Dab. Hi. Actually, I changed my mind. I'll play Danik and Talia. Both of them can actually defend from the 2/2s attacking and I don't fall behind. I have infinite mana now, but a Joldred can kill them. Soccer literally the original British word. Soccer. Okay. Use Bazaar. Vengevine. Nabob. Use Bazaar. Rootwalla. Master. Not sure I attack Ren. Maybe if they have a time walk, I attack Ren. I don't know if they're just playing a fair deck or something random. A Braid. How many removal spells do you think are in my opponent's deck? Over or under 20? Or is 16 to 18 possible? I guess they are a red-black deck, so what are they supposed to play if not removal spells? Playing my cards in kind of a random order. Not sure what order I want, but took 2 from Sholdred. Maybe they'll die finally. No, go for the fraud. Soul transfer, yeah. Sure. Sure. Please watch the cock, Mr. Streamer. Sure. With pleasure. Soul transfers without creatures with only removal seems a little bit bad. Joldred. Invocation. Ay ay ay. Ay caramba, that's not good. I think I'll play my creatures. Despair. I like the despairing mode, just with the fact that the card is called Invoke Despair and you can just say the despairing mode when it's played. It's just so funny. And frequently when they play it, you'll be like, fuck. What's my last line of defense? I'm dying. Not sure if I should just gonna go for the throat here over Ganjo, but it grows my rate Rafine, which I like. Oh, I like when my Rafine grows. Remember you can flashback Daning. I know, I just wanted the lifelinker in play right now. I am fully aware of the fact that it has Disturb, but I can disturb him while he chills in his graveyard. And I'm like, bro, wake up. We have mysteries to solve. And he's like, yes, I investigate. I actually can win if I win in 55 seconds, which is a tall order. And I kept in a Ganjo like a buffoon, which is probably more time intensive to cast than you know. Go for the throat. And I have to resolve Rafin triggers every time I attack. That is not the quickest either. Takenuma. Matanui. 47 seconds. Let's time out in both matches. Let's go. Oh wow. I have 6. I will not get to crack the clue, but that's a great synergy. It would be really cool. The clock had an increment when you get priority under a minute. Yeah, it would be so cool. Alright. Died in a lame way. This is because of the double queue, the timer. No, I just wait for 5 minutes and then I start playing. Close games though. I'm not sure they picked up the trespasser from the Takenuma or not. I didn't check in the log, I didn't have the time. But blocking didn't really seem like an option. You only know 2 Italians IRL and they're both named Francesco. So I assume every Italian guy is named Francesco. Damn. They probably have different names. They got Harvester from Takenuma? That's what I thought. I think my opponent's literally only removal cyborg plan was not so good. So a virtual, I could have used a virtual. I guess we can discard it in the cleanup. Very disrespectful to the Italian community. Yeah, not nice. Upkeep, you draw a fetch, bro. Take your Misty Rainforest. Opponent's like, thanks. I was hoping I'll find that because that was the only piece I was lacking, the extra land. Oh wow, that's off again? I guess it's not surprising, but sure, player off now. 6 mana. 7 mana. The Grand Unifier. Alright, I'll counter. Nice. Nice attempt. Would have surely drawn snapback. Alright, so -2 Satellites plus Kakaras and snapback once again, and I'm on the draw now, so you can cut Chalice and have 1 Satellite for Oko. And let's go. I know Italians named Linguini, Zucchini, Fettuccini, Alfredo Cincini. Those are food names. At least Zucchini. Fettuccini. And Linguini. Alfredo Cincini? I actually don't know. Oh no, next round and standard has started. Scraven to Denik. Blue-white mana. No black for double Joldrad. Well. I think the way Joldrad is stuck in the Dreadnought is kind of funny. Looks just funny. Kinda impractical if you ask me, but... Radiatore is the shape it remains left in market shelves cause no one really eat it. What's Radiatore? Ooh. Bazaar? Force of negotiation? Hands like this are a pleasure. 1 spell. 2 spell. Come on, force back. No, you don't have force. I wasted. Ah. Should have kept Schnapp back. Alright, that's fine. So I can get Vengevine or Hollow One. So yeah, let's just play out my stuff. We're good against Gucci against Wasteland with Noxious Revival. Where is Lyserg now? To rate my deck. Who's resilient now? I guess they didn't play any hate, so not me, but you know. Was that the closest you ever got to casting Mindbreak Trap? Yeah. This deck is nice when it draws perfect, yeah. Outspec after we dodge Tabernacle? No, they don't know, they have Strip Mine. And like, I'm like, bro. Are you even trying? Are you even trying, huh? It's probably bad. 1, 2. No, it's not bad against Ravenous Trap. Okay, misstep. They only have two lands. We draw Force of Vigor. That's potentially useful in the future. They draw off. I have an out of drawing a green card, and I also deal 8 damage to them once again. But it does seem like they are trying, yeah. Preordain, sure. Preordain this. I see death in my future. Ooh, Caracas, that's an out to Tabernacle, that's an out to Oath, even mostly to Tabernacle, just pay for a Hollow One. Force Oath in upkeep is too late, right? You're actually right, I did not have an out to Oath. So, good thing I was about to draw that Caracas just in case, so... We drew perfects, we're 1-1. Now, ooh, mono red. It is nice to have Danik against mono red. It would be nice if we draw 2 black to play Shouldered on 4 because mono red just dies to Shouldered. And they also moved to 5, which means that they're just gonna probably die to my Lifelinkers. I even have the protection for the Lifelinker with Skrell, so they just kinda shouldn't be able to do much, but... You know... Skrell, Danik, Eiganjo, Shouldered, that's a curve they will just die to. Hopefully. See? 2 black, simple. Now please stop drawing lands. Although it's good that we... You know, we're looking for lands. And we draw 2 lands. So we kept a free land hand, but now we still have a free land 4 spell hand, right? With the Ganjo Otawara being okay spells. They can attack with Feldon. They can't really attack with Swiss Spear either. They would need to have 2 burn spells. To grow Danik. So probably just gonna not attack, seeing that they think. And I probably want to keep Skrelv to have Skrelv Shouldered. Yeah. Alright, I guess I'll attack. This can't block. If they double block, that's good for me, I Ganjo. Lost to a 2-free lifelink. It is kinda cringe, yeah. And they do that. They just lose to a 2-free lifelink. If you think about it, Denning is a pretty sick card, though. There's so much stuff that it does. It's a 2-drop. It's a lifelink 2-drop. It has a third toughness out of nowhere. Then it has a graveyard trespasser and corpse appraiser hating ability out of nowhere. And then you can also recast it from your graveyard. Where it is a 3-power flyer. And it also draws cards. Occasionally. Just so much, right, on a single card. So much. Phoenix Chick, yeah, that card is... I would not play Phoenix Chick in Mono-Red anymore if I were to play Mono-Red. I like that his name is a combination of Dennis and Nick. Okay. I personally never thought about it. Then Nick's. He also dies. And the fact that the ability is named Disturb is feels kinda bad, right? Guy is just chilling in the graveyard dead. And you disturb him. It's kind of disturbing NGL. Yeah. Do you attack or do you not attack? Can I reveal hand? I have shouldered. Mr. Monored. I would probably get bored if I was a ghost. I wouldn't mind being disturbed. Well, you can't know. Depends on the rule set of being a ghost. What if you get disturbed during a bad time, like when you're shitting? Ghosts don't shit. You can't know that. Bros, do you know that Sholdred died in story yesterday or a few days ago? I played Destroy Lauren against them. What happened to her? Sholdred was in conflict with Veleshnorn and Ajani killed her. Wait, I haven't finished reading the stories for the Lotter sets yet. Funny. But there is a new Sholdred art. Yeah, it's a new Sholdred art of Sholdred being killed. I guess Transmogran not so good against Mono-Red. What do we got? Wedding announcement. Scott wedding announcement. Not very flavorful when Elish loses to Shoulder in combat. Well, Ajani killed her. But was ordered by Elish to do so. Scott the Ravenman and one Skrelf. If I keep this hand, it's possible that I'm going to lose. No, it's not a bad hand, I guess. Tolu's a Ganj if we draw something. It's like 3 spells. And they're okay. Let's keep. Otawara, you're gonna treat as a land. Oh, easy keep. 10 to Denig, of course we keep that. Against mono red. Also Toulouse has a nice synergy with the channel lens. If we discard them to use their channel ability, they get hidden under Toulouse. I wouldn't mind if they gave different treatments to different lens cycles, because the fact that those frames look the same is a little bit problematic at times. Maybe I play Raffine. Let's go Raffine. Can discard to lose if push comes to shove. It's gonna be 5 damage from this, 2 from this. They play Raiju, maybe I'll get fucked. But next turn I can play 2 removals. Attack with Danik again. Oh, Fable. You want to play that game with me? I'm not sure if it's a great idea, friend. I could play Toulouse for extreme card advantage. Is Toulouse a train or music conductor? I'm not sure what's a music conductor, but it does seem to me like she's standing in front of something that looks like a metro layout of a city. So I would guess train. Probably double a gun to go for the fraud is the best turn I can have. And I don't need card advantage as much. Like, I don't need 5 cards under to lose. Discounter the Nick. Is this card... I don't know what to do exactly. This card is... Let's grow the lifelinker, like how do I lose then? I just pass, have the plaza open. To go to combat, we go to fire removal spells. Yeah, seems good. I like how this card triggers every upkeep. Just to not deal you 2 damage. Maybe it should be phrased as an intervening if trigger. Not sure why it is not. So you can miss triggers. Well, you can't right now, right? I don't know. To me, it would make sense if it was an intervening if trigger. This is not... Well, it is a legendary land, but... Spend this mana on it to cast a legendary spell, so... Add white. Okay. Now... I wonder if they do any playtesting on Arena or MTGO. I don't think they do. Press well so you can put basics into play in response. If it's an intervening if trigger, then you still can put the basics into play in response. All it does is that it just triggers every upkeep. Even if it's about to deal 0 damage for the rest of the game, which... Like... In limited is kinda awkward, because in limited that card just triggers every turn, but it never does anything. I could bounce Rafine. I don't think I do. Is this Toffel's Esper Legends deck? It's Canister's Esper Legends deck. I changed a few cards. Alright, I might have dealt 2 damage with Furnace Punisher once. You play it on the play against someone who played a Sphere on turn 1, then you get to deal 2 damage. Ah, whatever, it's just... Die. They also have Mirex for the grindy games. 5, Fable, sure. I mean, whatever, bro. Also, Misplaced Ginger, thank you for the raid. I appreciate your raid so much. It's like hard to put into words. No block, how curious. So you could flashback Denig or play Toulouse. Let's play Toulouse. Can't you see they are already dead? Well, I probably will win this game, but I don't think they have lethal this turn. Don't play to lose, play to win. Yeah. Funny. I solved the mulligan problem. You start at a random 1 to 10, then each time you mulligan, the cap goes down by 1. You should not mull if your value is above the following in sequence: 7, 6, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, 1, 0. This yields an overall expected value of 7.32. Okay. To come back to that, I would say my life is an 8. But I don't know who says that the life is a 10, honestly. Maybe it's a 9. No, it's an 8. For free in the standard challenge. Somebody asked me if I have fun playing standard. Yes, I do. Pepengu is a 10. Does he himself claim that it's a 10 though? Maybe that's it. Standard is actually pretty good right now. Yeah, standard, like there is nothing inherent about standard being like a bad format, right? It's just a card pool. And it's different than modern. It's different than pioneer. It's different than vintage. And that's okay. Variety is good for enjoyment of life. If you had 3 words to describe Ginger, what would they be? Very funny streamer. Hey Kani, did you ever have Havan? What's Havan? Have a nice day, Glalgot. have a nice day. Fuck, you got me. Got me good. Havan. Alright, let's commiserate with Sholdred's death and let's guess Sholdred the Apocalypse. Not a legendary, not a creature, not black, not Phyrexian, not Praetor. 5 or 6 mana. Colossal Dreadmo. Oh, yeah, it cannot be Colossal Dreadmo. It's not a creature. Whoops.
Have a nice day, Canixed.
How's your sleep schedule, Mr. Streamer? It's been okay. Yesterday, I went to sleep a bit after midnight and woke up at 9. Sublime Epiphany. That's a good one. Sublime Epiphany. It is a rare, not an instant. White or red. Sorcery. Enchant. Well, it has a subtype. Walrus Runner, thank you for the sub. So it is a 6 mana, white or red. Artifact. Enchantment. Fall of Thran. That's a good one. Fall of the Thran. Damn. You got it, bro. It was Enchantment Saga. Fall of the Thran. First chapter, destroy all lands, and the remaining chapters rebuild the Thran. So I don't quite get it, because it is called Fall of the Thran, but it destroys everything and then rebuilds a little bit slowly. So what actually did happen to the Thran Empire in the story? I thought they fell pretty hard when Yawgmoth became Phyrexian. The Fall is the first chapter. Well, the saga is called The Fall of the Throne, so it would make sense for the entirety of the card to convey the story. The Throne got fucked by Yawgmoth, but other empires rose after them. I see. Makes sense, so... Thran. Fun word to say. Thran. Thran the Last Thrall. That's what happens after a societal collapse, TB Frank. People slowly rebuild whatever's left of it. Chat. Have you ever participated in a societal collapse? If yes, how was it? Sounds a bit grim. Well, depends, I guess. Yes, good. I see. I live in the US, so yes, currently I am. Well, yeah, so you only, you're at best experiencing the first chapter though. You don't know what the remaining chapters of the saga bring yet. But if Fall of the Throne is anything to base our beliefs on, then slowly rebuilding is the case. I'll take a bathroom break before the next round, Ronnie, so see you in a few minutes. After inspecting my hand closely, I have noticed no Bazaar. So mulligan. Bow there. Also, Modo said that their deck has been last seen playing Oath of Druids, so third Druid Oath in a row. Powder. I don't know, put back, Vengevine. Oh, caramba. Keep. I think I'll put back Hollow One and try to go for a longer game. This is a card I can discard. With 2 Bazaars I can go long. I will have a Fuss to protect myself from stuff on the first turn. I could see Mooling Hollow One, keeping Hollow One, but certainly forcing this. They didn't even wait till my upkeep. Should do that. Guess they were trying to draw, you know, Saga. I could kill that land. I have blue mana anyway, so I'll have this to kill Saga. Ooh, nice. That is so nice. Wow. Perfect. Or Black Lotus or Dungeon Master. Yeah, I guess. But white Plume Adventurer is banned, isn't it? Question mark. Demonic Tutor. Ay ay ay, Tinker. Tinkeroni. Buka. Why is she scratching a window? Okay, see. So land. Easy. Now we draw. Well, something. This. What to discard? Wasteland? I mean, they might have Force of Will on top, but... They might have a Force of Will on top, and then it's not so dodgeable, but it seemed like it was another land. Awesome. It was a Saga. Oh, you can waste this. Awesome. They already played Demonic Tutor, so the white mana is probably better for them. Very nice game. Nice thinker, bro. We are on the draw, but their deck... Against their deck, maybe I still want Chalice on that draw with Stinker. I guess I don't have a sideboard versus them. I don't even know what they're playing fully. Snapback is if they have Sphinx. Are they thinking initiative? I don't know. They did play Dark Demonic Tutor, and Tinker Initiative is usually just 2 colors. Let's cut a subtlety for Caracas. And I don't know, Snapback probably better than subtlety against a deck like this, most likely. And then, I don't know, we can adjust for game 3. Maybe I should board in Extraction instead of the cards I'm not sure about. That way I can take a look at their deck and then know for game 3. Pragu. They move to 5. We have plus of negation. Or snapback, even better. I snapback. O kurwa. Well, free root Wallace, can you beat that? Honestly, could be not trivial for them. Maybe we even get a hollow one. Or just a force of vigor to kill 2 of those. They have 1 card left, so. Not sure why they play the mock spell. Seems weak. Oh, bro. Ja pierdolę. Should the upkeep do this? Probably. They have fluster, but that doesn't change if they drop a fluster. If they draw a saga, then it's a bit worse, but I think I'll be fine. If this results and they draw saga, play saga, I think that's fine. Oh, yeah. Well, that's actually... Yeah, slightly bit of a punish, maybe, but... I'll try Wasteland now. This guy's Needle eventually. Might be a big punish. Outside of Root Wallace, do you like lizards? They don't often... Oh. I don't often... do stuff with lizards. So I couldn't say I particularly like them. If I lived in a place where lizards would be common, then I don't know. I think reptile bodies are a little bit repulsive. Well, I mean that I sometimes encountered lizards, right? I don't know, in a forest or in a park. Lizards of the coast. That's what I think of now. How do you feel about crocodiles and alligators, and do you know how to tell them apart? Well, I don't particularly like them. Alligators are smaller, and they look slightly different. I'm not sure if I could tell you how exactly they look like. What's the difference? Alligator i krokodyl, jak tam jest różnica? Ale mam łapsko. If I attack, I deal 4, 3, 2, 1 damage. 4, 3, 7, 2, 9. O kurde. Saga. Problem. Looking at this deck, feels like I should have jammed Vintage instead of jamming Red Prison in Legacy tomorrow to use my QPs. Not much practice in either format. Well, there is some spots where practice is heavily rewarded in this deck, but I guess if it draws well, it's unstoppable too, so it's probably an okay choice for not playing Vintage much, picking up a deck. I think you could do much worse than this. Alligators have round noses and crocodiles have pointy noses. And that is enough for them to be an entirely different taxonomically, is that the word? Taxonomically entirely different species. That is crazy. I can send it to you, Da Vinci, in the chat, but beware of the fact that it does not account for the time zones. Actually, it does account for the time zones. But there is gonna be time change in Europe, so it does not account for the time zone in regards of the the Sunday ones. So you have to be there an hour early, I think. 4 p.m. Legacy Showcase Challenge? No, so I guess it's fine. I don't know. I don't know, bro. Legacy would be at 5 typically, but which direction do the time zones change? Bros, I'm so good. Does not show last chance. I mean, it does. To me. So maybe it's a you problem. We got the snapback. Europe time changes next week. Isn't it tomorrow? I thought it was tomorrow. Crazy shit. Are you dumb? I mean, it says 8 a.m. Pioneer LCQ, 3 p.m. Modern LCQ, and 7 p.m. Legacy LCQ, so... it's there. LCQ does indeed stand for Last Chance Qualifier. Lol, I am deleting this game. Why? Why you delete game, opponent? They think they got unlucky because I have Snapback in my deck? It's a high tier vintage card. I uninstall Arena every time I lose TBH. Okay. Dawaj, Ancestral Struba. Should counter because they can cast my upkeep. No, but that's good. I don't know. I think firing a force when I can good. They help draw one drop. Maybe. Yeah, they keep playing. Yeah, crazy. We got 28th in the standard challenge based. I have a 99% loss. Yeah. Yeah, yes. Yeah. Play this to play around tab. Should you play the modern or the vintage LCQ? Well, in which format do you feel you're more likely to win? Then do this. Who I am washed, I don't know. In that case, I would play vintage. I hope that helped. So it seems like we turned the 99% win into a 100% win with my few smart force of negations on my opponent's spells so they cast. I 2-freed leagues this week. Normally I don't do that. Maybe I play the wrong decks or just really dumb. Well, if you watch the stream for a long time and you hold my level of play in a high estimation, then you for sure know that I can 2-free leagues easily. If you don't hold my level of play in strong estimation, I guess that doesn't help, but yeah, exactly, Ari. That does not help if that is not your assumption, but what I was about to say only helps if I am, it wouldn't have any helpful meaning otherwise, so I gave that rider.
He's a phenomenal control player.
It does appear that the high estimation of your play relates to you not streaming. Yeah, well, I do better when I don't stream. I can't remember the last time I 2-freed a league when I wasn't streaming, bros. I rarely play leagues off stream. So that's probably why. Tirachi, thank you for 44 months of supportage. Also, Arizax, I think you couldn't be MPL if you wanted. At least no more at this point, as that institution no longer exists. So, checkmate. Unless, I guess you could convince Huey to to return that system. I'm sure he would be looking fondly on that idea. Streamer, what do you think of the Zoo deck? The Zoo deck is a deck I don't understand at all, and it is a deck that I don't respect much. And I think it's one of the worst decks in the modern format. I might be wrong about that. What the fuck? Chat, it's a Bond Splitter and it costs 3 mana and 2 to equip. And then it also has the audacity to pretend to be like a good on-theme card by having equipped Soldier White. So bad. Neoform it. It's an artifact. Do you want to neoform the Scion of Draco? What petting drops are there? How was the Ravenman? The Ravenman... It didn't do much. It's been somewhat nice in a few games. There was one game where it made 4 ravens and could make 5 ravens. And there was one game against Mono Blue with Ledger Shaders where it also seemed pretty strong. So it was roughly Ludovic level.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Smile.
It's probably better than Ludovic. It's pretty close. It's kind of the same. Like, Ludovic is not a card you really want to play either. It's just a 2-drop man. Maybe a fair Transmogrant is a smarter card. Transmogrant
Juice your favorite type of juice?
Can be really good at times. And so, like, the Ravenman defends much better than that. Is orange juice my favorite type of juice? Sure? No? I don't know. I don't think so. I think I like other juice. Also, Neravius, thank you for the sub. Only 6% more for Hype Train level 2. Crazy shit. Is there a Neoform for artifacts? I don't know of any. Neoform for artifacts. Tinker is a Neoform for artifacts. Yeah, that's a pretty good one, although you can only play that in 1 copy in Vintage, but it's pretty good. Transmute artifacts. Sure. Platoon Dispenser, damn, that's a card. Honestly, pretty unkillable between Go for the Throat and, well, a Braid. Okay, it's pretty killable by a Braid. It's pretty killable by a Braid. It does survive the 3 damage mode. If I would play Standard, I would try to put Fable and Esper Legends. Don't know if it's possible though. It sounds wildly impossible. And I think Fable is also a little bit overrated. Like, I mean, I get the meme, like, try to put the good cards together with good cards often works out for a fine enough deck, but I think Fable is a card that people overrate. I also think the same of Shouldred and of Wedding Announcement. So maybe just people think that a card is just strong, okay, and they like just say, wow, this is insane. But they actually mean, this is a above average Magic the Gathering card, which I would agree with that, sure, in regards to most of those examples, but I would not say myself that, wow, this is insane, because it seems pretty sane. Yeah, but if you don't answer them, you die, lol. Yeah, well, in Esper Legends, for example, like Fable is great in Grixis because in Grixis the reflection is very, very strong. You have both Harvester, other reflections, and a Corpse Appraiser to copy, so you have, you know, great stuff. In this deck, you literally cannot copy anything because everything is legendary, so you know. I think you would not improve the deck by adding the Fable in there. Like, even if, like, let's say Fable would be blue. Then it does not seem particularly effective in this deck. I know some people like an eye or two in this, but isn't it already grinding pretty hard? Well, this deck, I don't know if it grinds particularly hard. It's kind of a tempo deck. I don't mind AO, maybe as a sideboard card. More so than a main deck card. Ertai was pretty balls, by the way. I haven't played against anyone with sweepers, but like I guess you would be good against that. But I just had one random flash monster. I couldn't really keep up mana for Ertai anyway, so it kind of sucked in my deck. Yeah, AO seems like a cyborg card for the grindy matchups for the most part. Like I think this deck's power in standard is mostly the curve out. I would say I get to 5 mana for the most part. Often I keep some like a Ganges or Tawaras in hand, you know. But I get to 5 lands often, and if you want to play AO, you can just play an Ganja, right? And then that's kind of nice to have that split possibility of play 5-drop when needed and not if not. So AO sucks against Counter Magic. There's 2 Takenuma in the deck on the bottom. AO sucks against Counter Magic, which is not really, for the most part, good against this deck, so not really that worrisome. And I guess Obliterating Bolt, besides that, is pretty great. Should get a free drop and a Skrelv, just a free drop or 2 2-drops. I don't mind AO. I know that the people at the European RC were for Shouldered Truthers. They really like to play 4 shoulder, and they you know just want to stick one. Could be Jeskai with Fable. Well, but then what are you trying to do? You're trying to play Fable in your Thalia deck. You're trying to. Why are you building this deck, right? The reason this deck can exist, I think, in large part is Plaza of Heroes. Making the mana good, but it doesn't make your mana good for Like it incentivizes you to play lots of legendary creatures. Then Otawara. Otawara is like really... I could see playing 4 Otawara. Maybe not. I guess 3 is an okay amount. 3 Otawara, 3 Genji is probably just an okay amount. So yeah, those are like kind of the payoffs. You also get to play lots of lands, but like actually not that many. Because you kind of play like 20, 23 lands, maybe even less. Like you kind of play 20 lands, but also like when heavily discounted, those are actually fine spells. Yeah, Plaza also, protection, really important. Really good. So kind of, you know, you want to play a deck of legendary creatures, and then like if your deck is full of legendary creatures, that including Thalia, which I don't know how many 2-drop legendary creatures are there in the format, but I doubt searching through Scryfall would yield many more better results than Thalia and Danik. So then, you know, how does Fable make sense with Thalia, with no creatures to copy, with no Plaza to support it? There's a blue-black guy that cannot flip on Modo. I didn't know it cannot flip on Modo. And yeah, also, I have to say that Rafine works very nicely with a legendary theme of the deck, because conniving is just really good to ditch the extra legendaries when you can't use them. Draw some other relevant cards. So Ludevic, Necrogenius, legendary creature, legendary creature, legendary creature, legendary creature. It's not even true. It's too many type lines. I think there is a 5-color version of this deck or 4-color versions of this deck existing, but they don't really play Fable. Let's go to this. But I did see somebody next to me playing Hajar. I'm not sure if I can search through decks on MTG Melee. Yeah, Slugwork is a different deck. I've seen one with Hajar, so that was red-green, so that was definitely not Esper. I'm not sure. I think they had Joda, so that would make sense. Chat, do you know if I can search through the deck list from this event? Domain Control, Vorak, Fable. Search in the archetypes. If I type Legends, we get nothing. Archetype section. Where is it? Archetype breakdown. Okay. Mono white midrange. 169, 172, 25. So this is... $25 out of 366. That means that Mono White drew 6% of its matches. It's Ella's Ilkor, potentially decent Raven Manuldevic slot. It's probably, I mean, it's not the toughest competition. What does Ella's Ilkor do? It's an uncommon. Its frame seems too weak. 5-color lens. 5-color legends. That's it, probably. But how do I find the person who played that deck? Go to free fights. Really? Is that it? 123. How did you know that? I cannot put more rows per page. You just type 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's what I thought. Here it is. Whoa. Have you ever seen the Time Machine music video? It's only 5 minutes. It's the wedding rings, I guess. The lyrics that... This is so good. This is like the screensavers. Whoa. Damn. Reminds me of a Tool video. So dark. It just replays. This is awesome. How have they never seen this? Maybe it's a new music video that he created. Okay, it beats. So that seems like we have watched the entirety. I've won too, I'm a bit scared. Epilepsy warning. Okay, I won't play that, I'm sorry. I'll play it on the other screen. It's pretty epileptic. Oh wow. I just have to watch. Canister, what is your favorite actual modern deck? It's Jeskai Breach or Scam. I refunded the points. Did you do my reaction Andrew yesterday? I think so. I remember smirking. Also, I will be playing Modern this week. I'll be playing the LCQs. Somebody asked about that. So the 5-color Legends deck was Skrelv. Okay. Joda. Thalaya. Melaira. Denik. Hajar. Adeline. Lagrella. Harbin. King Darien XLV. Excuse me, XLV. Say it with me, chat. XLV. Creature tokens you control gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. They really started using the hexproof and indestructible effects lately. What if they made him King Darien 69? Would that be funny? What's 69 in Roman? 50 is gonna be L, so it's LX LXIX LXIX King Darien LXIX. Maybe in the next answer, yeah. Mirel, Shield of Argive. Wow. This card was supposed to be giga broken, but then it turned out it did not cost 2 mana. During your turn, your opponents can't cast spells or activate abilities of artifacts, creatures, or enchantments. So weird that it specifies those three. What if it just stopped all abilities? Like you cannot tap lands for mana, idiot. That'll be good. Like why are you able to use a Ganjo? How do you say 420 in Roman? 100 I'll C. So just CC. No, it's not CCCC. Is there a word for 500? Can activate Wandering Emperor. That's true. CDXX. CDXX. It's like XXDDC. Yeah, so CDXX. 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 CDXX LXIX. Got a react Andrew from Chochi Adam. Whomever oil doesn't melt, enchanted steel beams, Jorog and Tag of Tag of Bros, I don't know Dag of Ur's lore, actually. Saboteurs. Pondering Orbs, good one. Wasn't very funny, but it's very convincing. Dag of Ur Skyrim waifu tier list. Dag of Ur. Alright, let's play around. No Bazaar though. No Bazaar. Mul. Bro. Mul. Now we're gonna backseat me. With my Bazaar mulligans. Thank you, chat. I appreciate it. Canister. I would like to kindly point out that your hand does not contain the card Bazaar of Baghdad. Henceforth, I would advise you to mulligan. As your deck does not particularly function while lacking that card. Have I ever kept a hand without Bazaar just to see what it's like? Yeah. Maybe I discard Wasteland, Rutwola. They fetch an island, so the three Wastelands, I don't need them. I probably don't need much more than one. I think I want to keep Subtlety. Misstep. I think I want to keep 2 Rutwolas for Vengevine. I think it's between like Rutwola, Wasteland and Rutwola, Wasteland. One Wasteland for Saga seems good enough. For the most part. Let's do this. I pitched the red one because I keep the blue-green card in my hand, although that's slightly worse if I draw Cradle. Music is quiet today. Good. Time wonk, okay. I've been training, speaking a little bit louder and clearer. And also, I guess I turned up some gain in my microphone by accident. But I've been struggling with mumbling and being hard to hear. So I've been trying not to do that as much. Main deck Archon is slightly unconventional. Archon plus Ponder is definitely a combination. I assume it's the initiative deck. They can't really play the initiative man now. If I have 3 Rutwolas because I will seal the initiative. Maybe I should be playing a mountain in my sideboard for the initiative matchup. So I can steal the mountain, I can play it and pump Rutwolas or discard it to Bazaar. I don't know if they play Saga. Yeah, Archon not so bad, but also not the end of the world. Definitely beatable. I think I've seen some Squee decks actually play Mountain in the sideboard. I think I have seen that happen. Tinker? Cruise, okay. I counter. Kinda sus to keep phone over 4 versus the remaining creature. This is force of negation and this is force of negation. I don't know what you're talking about. I thought about that too some weeks ago, but for Cyber is too important. Well, my Cyber is 3 Furies, which I'm not even sure why I'm playing. A Caracas, which is fine. And 8 Graveyard Hates. So, I don't know. Maybe yours is better spent on something. Play a second Bazaar. With 2 Squeeze in the graveyard. Maybe should attack now. They go to... Nah, let's not attack. It's better against... If they ever get the initiative man, then... It's good for me. Yeah. Oi, 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 caramba! It's very hard to beat this. In fact, it might be downright almost impossible. I have Cradle in my deck. Good thing I have... Well... 3 Furies for Lavinia. Cradle is literally the only out, right? Yeah, I think so. It lets me cast Vengevines and attack with Root Wallace though, so I think that's actually pretty solid. They're not gonna be doing any combo stuff because they're too busy playing a preordained turn with Archon of Emeria. Which is funny. Yeah, Caracas is for Lavinia. I know that. I know that. Oh no. Khan the Great Creator. It's not even... What do you find? It's like so odd. What'd you get? I think they minus and they look at their sideboard and they're like, yeah, what do I get? Pipping Needle, well, makes sense. Oh no, they're gonna Pipping Needle my Root Wallace. Looks like we are in trouble. Yeah, definitely. O Jezusku, no. If I attack Karn, they block 2 Root Wallas. I can't cast my Vengevines anymore. I mean, I guess I hope they just don't have anything important with Karn. In their sideboard. Bros. Tool is so good. Two is unfair. It is unfair. Blocked so much damage. This game. He named Bazaar. Alright, Cradle at the top. Crucible of Worlds? Why you've got this in your sideboard? What the heck? What you doing? Bro. They play Archon, they probably play Saga to take actions even without casting spells. And if they play Crucible, they probably play Wasteland. Maybe not. Maybe they just play Crucible. I don't know why they play the Crucible. I don't get it. I think a Hex Drinker would have killed them a long time ago. If we had access to that. Well, if I play the Hex Drinker deck, I mean. Then I would cast it with my Boseiju or Cradle. Maybe even with a Yavimaya. Yavimaya. Cradle still leaves us dead now cause of Archon. Yeah. I can't raise the Archon now even if I top deck. Unless they would cast a Star Supplosus on my Vengevine foolishly. I win. I give you the benefit of doubt. I don't like Fury much. I'm not sure why the Fury is in my side, but I still don't get it. I don't even have enough red cards. I just got no idea why it's there. Force of Negation mid. Snapback mid. Isn't helping us Lavinia either. It's mostly good against the Sphinx. Charles on the play, good. Subtlety versus a Lavinia. Archon initiative deck, great. Noxious Revival, it seemed like no Wasteland, but they also had that Crucible. I'm confused, but I didn't see Wasteland in, what, half their deck? Chat, any Squee gamers in Vintage? Why do we play Fury? Let's play Mindbreak over Noxious. Maybe it's a Crucible against Land Distraction from the sideboard, but I have never seen a tech like this. So that leaves me a bit confused. Serum powder is actually the reason as to why London Mulligan is phrased exactly like it is, because it is phrased in a slightly unintuitive manner. I don't remember what it says exactly. That's so weird about it, but there is something odd about the wording. No! So you do have Wastelands? What the fuck, bro? Yeah, so technically you bottom your cards, and then you have to decide whether you keep or not. Yeah, nice mind break over Noxious Revival, huh? How do you have Strip Mine in your deck? I mean, I guess maybe you just play like one strip. It's fine sometimes. But it's rough. It's rough out there, bros. Yeah, whatever. Time Walk. Time Walk literally doesn't do anything, so... The subtlety is not so good. But yeah, the Mind Break Trap is as I always remembered it. I mean, I pitch it to blue, so like that's fine, but that part is fine, but that's about the extent of what it can offer. Also put the Archon of Emery on bottom of their library. That is odd. Seems rather okay here. Pretty hard for me to like cobble together a win after it gets played. I guess you should have more. I think you should draw under Bazaar. I agree. Whatever. Don't think I want to counter that. I want to draw a Bazaar, drop a hollow one, and win with that. Force of Will. Fire and War. Oh. Up on my hut. Whoa. How can you kill a god? Oh, yes. Man, they are really scrapping the bottom of the content barrel. Just saw an ad for a Tetris movie. Bro. Not sure if it's the bottom of the barrel or just... Oh, there's the Bazaar. But it's useless. It's useless now. Alright, now you just need to draw another Bazaar, build up a hand, play a hollow one, kill the fairy. Well, it's more likely that I will draw something that beats that plan before I throw into it, but... Alright, you win. Bros, fucking mind break trap. How many times? How many times have I been mind break trapped? Let's play Subtlety. Subtlety does have targets in Vintage. It pitches just as well. If we play against Doomsday, yeah, just pitch Subtlety. Excuse me, kind sir. How did you like the Neo form Atraxa deck? It actually seemed pretty fine. Like a pretty fine deck. I have 2 Caracas on my account, so 2 Caracas versus Lavinia. Let's not play Fury because I don't understand why. Snapback, I don't know. I play more Caracas versus the Lavinia matchups. Lavinia or Hogak matchups? It's relatively few. I know, Snapback versus the Sphinx. And Basic Mountain versus Initiative. Fire and War. Oh. Yeah, Caracas also fine versus Oath. GG's, enjoy the content. Thanks. GG's too. What do I think of Dredge in Vintage? I've played plenty of Dredge in the past. I haven't played it in a while. It occasionally places. It's a fine deck. Fury is good versus DRC, DRS Soups, Initiative, and Mirror, I think. Okay. Island is the better basic, right? What do you want to cast with your island? You've got 1 blue mana. Are you gonna cast a 2 mana card, Snapback? Are you gonna cast a blue U Force of Negation? Or are you going to activate Blazing Root Walla? I think activating the Root Walla seems much better. I think Deathrite Shaman is almost not played in Vintage now. I think it's pretty bad. Doesn't do anything. I think it was good again when people play more shops with spheres, but that deck is also uncommon nowadays. Because Deathrite Shaman countered the spheres and then DRS into Goif would be pretty powerful. Like Deathrite Shaman into Tarmogoyf was an absolutely unbeatable combination against players who attempted to Beat you with shops, lock you with shops. I don't even play against initiative often in Vintage, it feels like. I mostly just play against... Well, I mostly just play against Tinker decks in like various shapes. Just all Tinker decks. Yeah, Fury is fine, but it's also hard to pitch. And you play that you need to play lots of stuff. Play Cradlevine then. No, it's like various blue decks. Stinker, but also Doomsday sometimes, and some other blue decks, and some of them are such that this deck is better off against them, but I think with the matchups I got today, I would have rather played Hex Shrinker. There's still plenty of variants, and you can still die pretty hard with Hex Shrinker. To do stuff, your opponent having hate or doing stuff, but... I'll buy a Fert Caracas to do that. Do I think Doomsday is still a good choice in the current meta? Well, I think Doomsday is arguably the best deck in Vintage. If you can play it well. So I think then it would follow that it's a good choice. It does have bad matchups still. Like every deck. But like if you I think it's a perfectly fine choice. What's the best deck if I can't play well? Well, then you're probably better off playing, I don't know, Oops all spells, I think. Squee has a very good Doomsday matchup, right? Yeah. I know, I would say Oops all spells. And what if you play average? Not well, not bad. Then... tough. Nightclubber. So what did I want to buy? I wanted to buy Caracas. Old border. Alright, whatever. I think Railvine is harder than Squee for what it's worth. Maybe. Squee high rolls very well, so I guess I don't know if you were to assume that it's easy to high roll the games where you have excellent draws, then yeah, I guess. But that is always like it's always when it becomes tricky, it becomes really tricky. I remember when I played Dredge in a showcase qualifier for the mocks, and I got so erect when my opponent had a ley line, and I had Fossil Vigor, and they played a Wasteland during their turn and activated the Wasteland. Or rather, they didn't activate the Wasteland. So they passed the turn, they have a Wasteland, I have an untapped Bazaar, and they have Leyline, and I have Fossil Vigor. And I was like, shit, now they have Wasteland, I will not get to use my dredges. Until I realized that I can tap my Bazaar, hold priority, and cast Fossil Vigor. And that way I killed a ley line and they killed my wasteland. They wastelanded my bazaar. But I still got to discard my dredgers, and I was so erect and so happy at that, like how smart I was in that moment for utilizing the rarely used game mechanic and to my advantage. I was playing dredge back then, so Leyline did stop all of my deck because I had to find dredgers. I had to put dredgers into my graveyard. From what I can tell, Cradlevine having the Rituals being real threats was pretty big, yeah. Yeah, you know what? Let's just like the snapbacks, the subtlety here, plus one free cradles. And I don't know, cut something else. Just have 3 cradles to actually draw them to make the root wall as big. Which Bazaar deck is the best against Wasteland in your opinion? I think it's the Hex Drinker deck. Dredge is a little bit weak, operating of a single activation, and Cradle, like the Cradle deck, is mostly fine activating just once. What's the upside to playing this version over Hogak? Well, I don't know, maybe like this? Maybe this is the upside? I don't know though. Obviously the upside is that you get to play counter magic and you counter your opponent's stuff while you play your monsters, so your nutros are actually even nuttier and you have very strong game against stack combo decks, so against Doomsday. Instead of having a really poor matchup against Doomsday, like such is the case for Vengevine. Let's have free Cradle. Third one the sideboard. But yeah, this true. Like I wish there was an easy way to make blasting Rootwalla. Maybe you should play Mox Ruby in this deck, but it's kind of weak. What do I think about the magic card Mindbreak Trap? I think about it way too much. There is a vintage streaming something Discord, and I visit it often. Not convinced Pitchfane's in a good spot. Shit, I didn't realize. And I periodically go in here and I say, and I ask about Mindbreak Trap, and I talk about people about Mindbreak Trap. And rarely people tell me, oh yeah, I don't like Mindbreak Trap too. But for the most part, they're just responding with, oh yeah, actually Mindbreak Trap is perfectly fine for me. I counter so many spells with it. Like it's so good against combo. It's active all the time, and I just cannot replicate that experience. Jam, can I get in if I stream Vintage once? It is not necessary to stream to be a member of this Discord. I'm not sure if there is like any stipulations on joining it, but if you message Justin, then he probably lets you in. I don't know if it's like just open to everybody, but it's run by Justin, so could probably clarify with him. It's open, I wonder too. Okay. And then it's just a vintage Discord. I am there. Yeah, but like everybody is just like, so the biggest that I see of Mindbreak Trap is that whenever I watch I am actually level 1 Justin stream Vintage, when he vocalizes his thought process, he's always, oh yeah, I'll play the Mox first, but then I play card X to play around Mindbreak Trap. So he just plays around the Mindbreak trap every single game in the Dark Game 1 when he is up against, he doesn't know the archetype. And I've never once seen him get Mindbreak trapped, I guess. Partially because he plays around it all the time, but also it seems like it's just a performance, not a thing that actually happens to anybody. Two free still. Well, that's happened. Canister, can you do a young Dingo impersonation? I actually can't. TBF, sometimes you don't play around it. Yes. But even then, you don't get Mindbreak. I guess we did get Mindbreak trapped on a Root Walla today. By an Oath deck. But it was just a Root Walla, it was pretty bad. No, it was a hollow one even. Damn, actually that was not so bad. Why did he play Mindbreak Trap in Oath? Crazy. You've been trapped and trapped myself, someone else quite a bit. See, that's crazy because you telling me that and that is gonna make me think, damn, I should really add those Mindbreak traps back to my deck, and then I add them and I once again never cast it. And it's gonna be worse than literally any other card I could have played in its place. So please don't gaslight me into playing Mindbreak Trap again. I guess I do good enough of a job of gaslighting myself into playing it all the time. It is good against certain matchups. Yes, it is, sure. It's called hermeneutic. What's that? I don't know what's a hermeneutic. Theory and methodology of interpretation. Especially the interpretation of biblical texts, wisdom literature, and philosophical texts. Damn. It is also possible that while it is fine to play the Mindbreak Trap for people who perform well with it, right? Some people do. So if you have success with Mindbreak Trap, then by all means you should play it, but I never do. I never cast that card, so should I play a blank card that I know is gonna be a blank card for me? Probably not. Is my Mindbreak Trap the same as your Mindbreak Trap? It would appear so, like it has the same text, but there's lots of cards that I feel like I don't agree with their evaluation with the general public. But maybe I just play those cards badly. And I don't know how to use them to their fullest. Maybe that's the deal with Mindbreak Trap, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, Shield Red, Wedding Announcement, Renin 6 and Saga? What else do I not like? You don't like Urza's Saga? I don't like Ren plus Saga decks, but some people do a lot. I like Urza's Saga in general. It's a strong card. Or rather, I don't have anything against its power level. I think it's pretty high. It's kind of okay if they like Mox and play something you counter, they counter, and you get to Mindbreak Trap. Yeah, but then I always keep the Mindbreak Trap, they don't counter back, and I have the Mindbreak Trap in my hand. And it's never active again, they already played their Mox. Where is Mindbreak? Not in the list. Add Lavinia plus Saga to that list. Of things that I don't like but seemingly work for people, yeah. Lavinia plus Saga is a bit rough too. Socratic dialogue argumentation. Why at 61 players? There's 2 more games. Somebody else win gameplay. So when the next round starts. In rhetoric, Socratic dialogue is an argument or series of arguments using the question and answer method employed by Socrates in Plato's dialogues. Damn. Also known as Platonic dialogue. But maybe Trap works better in big blue decks where you can hardcast it. I don't play Bazaar. Yeah. I certainly the few times I mindbreaked people when I was playing mindbreak trap in shops was when I had Tolarian Academy in play. The real strength of mindbreak is being on the draw in game 3. Yeah, but it's not like they combo you, they just play needle on turn 1. Small argument for MBT might be low blue count. No, I'm counting them for subtleties. But I also remember having an issue with Ravager. Ravager shops aggro. People at first played the common way to build shops was to play Walking Ballista, Hangar Bugwalker, Steel Overseer, and Ravager. And Ravager was excellent in this deck. Alongside those other creatures, it works great with Steel Overseer and with Hangar Bugwalker. Maybe the Mindbreak gamers are just coping really hard and that leads to them to hold the Mindbreak as long as possible, resulting in more utility for the card but bot play in general. Well, I am holding on to it for a long time. And it's bad for me, so maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. But not after that with the Ravager thing, then Steel Overseer and later Hangar Bugwalker left the deck and it was just Ravager and Ballista. And the Ravager was really bad. But people kept playing it. Like sometimes you could have sacrificed all your Moxer and put the counters on the Ballista. That was relatively strong, but just like in general, there was a no synergies Arcbound Ravager a 1-1. Socratic dialogue or the Platonic dialogue usually begins with Socrates professing ignorance of the subject matter. He asks questions of the other characters, the result being a fuller understanding of the subject. The dialogues are usually named after the key person interrogated by Socrates, as in Protagoras, where his famous sophist question about his views on rhetoric. Damn. Alright, I'll go make a tea before the next round, actually. Socrates notwithstanding. All right. Let's make a prediction. Start prediction. Bazaar. Bazaar in opening 7? Question mark. Yes. No. Vote with your points. You have 30 seconds. Better be quick. If I powder into it, it doesn't count. Has to be opening 7. The one we're gonna see as I click yes. Bunga. Yes! Lord Beerus. Pointless. Pointless vote, really. Should I play Chalice first or Bazaar first? I mean, I played Chalice. Well, unless I discard Chalice, I played what's anyways, but I can discard Vengevine, Serum Powder, and it's also unknown. I'll go Bazaar AFS. I don't know if it makes much difference. Hopefully no Wasteland. I wish you could Force of Will Wasteland. The Fairy's Protection? Yes, Basic Island. Be my guest. Key, sure. Whatever. Nice. Oh, Pow. Seems good. That was a good 7. That turned out to be a good 7, I think. Canister wins. So Basic Island Manifold Key is just a nondescript Tinker deck. I love how basics conjure strip mine. Yeah. Well, to be fair, my opponent drew a basic and did not fetch it, so it's fair for me to draw that. Chalice weak on a draw. So subtlety. I don't know. They play Lavinia Caracas, but no reason to believe that they play Lavinia in their deck. I don't know. I'll keep one snapback. I'll keep the Mindbreak Trap. Since it's already in my deck, let's give it a few more games of a chance. When is the last chance for Modern? First, Poland, Daylight Savings. Niedziela 26 marca. Okay, so that's in a week. There is a 11 p.m. Vintage LCQ tomorrow. There's an 8 a.m. Pioneer LCQ. There's a 3 p.m. Modern LCQ on Monday, which I'll play for sure. And there's a 1 a.m. 11 p.m. Modern LCQ. I'll skip the legacy ones for sure. I'll probably play most of the like modern vintage and pioneer ones. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I have points for 275 podzielić na 40. 7 more. If I get 5 more qualifier points somewhere. What are you on in modern now? I'll probably play them with Scam or with
He's a phenomenal
Jeskai
control
Breach.
player.
Nice hand. Don't have a normal force, just subtlety, but Gelet89, thank you for your Prime Gaming sub. Very nice of you to support my channel. But yeah, I would not like to see a needle with this hand. See, Mana Crypt, sure. Yeah, it's Unfair Breach, the one I played on Friday or Thursday. Which day was that? Merchant Scroll, whatever. Ancestral Recall, okay. Should I kill the Underground River? No, I should get the Vengevine to play with this draw. They'll get an Ancestral, but if they have a land, they will just also get an Ancestral, and I would not gain anything from my troubles. Underground River. They called the Underground Sea an Underground River. Yeah, they lost the flip. Very nice. I duro 3 cards. I pesca 3 cartos. How do you say I in Italian? I. Io? Io pesca 3 cartas. How do you say it in Spanish? Is it also io? Io. Yo. Yo, what happened? Demonic tutor. Demons prefer to deal with those who believe themselves too wise to be fooled. Scroll case inscription. Damn. Io draw 3 cartas. No, pesca. Pesca is draw. Well, I can subtlety them really hard. Can put Scalding Tarn on top of their deck. Honestly, this doesn't sound too bad. Oh, I missed. I could have evoked 2 subtleties for the Fury, for the Vengevine, for lethal now. Because I can do that. That's nice. Because this is an elemental, it's not a spell. Well, I'll try to look out for that play from now on, because I certainly did not cross my mind right now. But this is indeed a creature spell, and with this kind of Vengevine could have just go pow attack for lethal. Well, I guess I'll put Scalding Tarot on the top of your deck instead. Keeping the Wasteland in play in case of Tabernacle. Doesn't seem like reducing their mana down to Down to 5 is not gonna do much. Nice. Not sure my opponent's deck has any creature or planeswalker spells, so the subtlety might be kinda sus. Also, they might just die to Mana Crypt anyways. Let's make a prediction. Will they die to Mana Crypt right now? Yes. No. Stop prediction. Bet your points. You have 30 seconds. Whoa, 50,000. Whoa. Lots of points on the yes. Alright. 10 more seconds or so. Choose wisely, opponent. Chooses heads. Lost the flip. Tails. Never fails. So I did not need to... I needn't to reanimate the Vengevine. As subtlety was there. But yeah, my opponent's deck seemed like an example of a matchup where subtlety kinda sucked, so it would be nice to have some evergreen cards that are good against everyone. Which I guess Gaze Cradle is. A Gaze Cradle is evergreen good against anyone to make the Root Wallas actually meaningful. Or yeah, Mindbreak Trap comes to mind. The evergreen Mindbreak Trap. Tough. Rough. I play 3 Cradles in Pitchwind. Makes your Root Walla in Hex Drinkers. Yeah, I like that. The Root Wallas are very anemic. Without that. Will I play Legacy tomorrow? I'm not sure. So, I have points for up to 7 LCQs. So, which ones will I realistically play? 1, 2, 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Might be a bit rough in practice. 3, 4, 1 a.m. 4.5. You will not play the 8 a.m. one? Come on, bro. Right, I'll play the 3 a.m. Well, it's 3 a.m., not p.m. 11 a.m. that I will play. 6. Why do they overlap? 7, 8. Yeah, okay, I'll easily play 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why do they overlap? 6, 7, 8, 9. So I guess I can just not overlap here. So I have points for 5, 6, 7 if I get 5 extra points. I probably will play like Modern Challenge tomorrow and not Legacy. Or maybe I should play Legacy. I don't know. Maybe I should play Legacy with Reanimator and die to Cock Rotation Bazooka Bug like I do most of the times. Why not both? Well, the limiting factor is the QPs. which I've got 275 of. You have the meta call for Legacy. Do you mind Hogak? Why is that? Like, is that no cap or is that cap? Because I don't know. I think you're waiting in the wings. The first game turn 2 or 3 was sick from you. Yeah, the first side of my hand was really strong. Shield redeem? What a deck. Oh, it's a zombie. Okay, being a zombie is okay. Didn't realize that. The question is, why would Hogak be good now? It's because Alp Inco went 5-1 fifth place for the 5th place in June 25th. I guess. So that means it's pretty good. I guess. $4,336 for the deck. Anyone has a spare $4,336 for me for a deck for the Legacy Showcase tomorrow? Pros 4,000 in cards. 3.5 of those thousands being free bio and free underground sea. Nice. Nice. $28 for Hedron crabs. That's, I thought it's a common. Okay. Still. It's probably never reprinted. What if instead of Hedron crab, it would be Heron crab and it would be like a bird? Missing 1 buy, 1 UC. It's probably better to play 2 more fetches anyways. I don't know. I guess you mill or so the crabs I want to have free. Hero in crab, yeah, I guess. Good one. I like this deck. It's called Sultai Hogak and it's clearly Sholjand colors. Anger. Wow. So good. Anger. You kinda low on enablers. But anger is so bad. Hasty Hogaks. I mean, you need it in your graveyard. You need to have enough cards to not delve it away. You need to tap creatures to convoke Hogak. It's not as good. Because you lose damage from the creatures you tap. So It's probably better to play more enablers with the blue version, but... Sultai Hogak. Red cards. I'll see how I feel tomorrow. And the Undead Butler. If you want to suggest your pet deck to a content creature, just say it's a good meta call. I like content creature, that's a good term. Content creature. Any content creatures in chat? Sutter Wayfinder. That's a solid legacy playable. You've been meta called out, sorry bro. Just want Urza Lord High Artificer to be good. Yeah. You do. You do. Remember in Vintage, I wanted to bring up one thing with regards to Gaia's Cradle. Remember when Blazing Root Wallet didn't exist? And what we all did... in Vintage was using Memnites or Stonecold Serpents. If you played Gaia's Cradle, you played Stonecold Serpent. So you had either a 0-cost card to trigger your Vengevines, or you had the big threat with Cradle later in the game. Although I think Memnite was more popular. Canister in Vintage Challenge in 2020 0606. Oh, a split. Nice. A split. Misdirection. Now that's a card. Or Mindbreak Trap. What the hell? For Once Upon a Time. We didn't have the revival technology. Free Tabernacle for the Mirror. Or some kind of a strategy around that. I don't remember. I didn't understand it, I think. I was looking at it and wondering what the heck is up with this Tabernacle. What am I supposed to do? I guess that you board in lands and you tap your Petrified Fields to pay for a Vengevine, what your opponent doesn't. That is the stat. Misdirection is so nice. What about Commandeer? Chat, if you play Commandeer and you play one Inkwell Leviathan in your deck and you steal Tinker and you get the Inkwell Leviathan into play, and you might ask, well, why Inkwell and not, I don't know, Citadel? Now say, well, just blue card, right? So it's just, you know, the Inkwell Leviathan is as good as Mindbreak Trap is anyways. Any commandeer them. Were Fury. Sphinx is also blue, but it's not good against the blue decks, though. I think Leviathan seems slightly better. There's probably something better than both of those, though. That would still be blue. Maybe not. Were Fury. I don't get Fury. So I cut them. But I have 3 in my cyber of the challenge and I don't get him. So the result from canister. So that is how many results? 1 page. 38 in total. So let's see if we go remove Bazaar. It's 45. There is actually 7 decks that do not play Bazaar, that play Gaia's Cradle. Oh, user submitted. That's just cubes. $33. There is 2 decks with Gaia's Cradle. And no Bazaar. I don't know how to find them. Because you can't go like 0 Bazaar to find. Because you can't edit this. So you cannot search for decks excluding a card. Reaper King to commandeer Tinkered and push everything. Bro. So good. The king. There was someone playing some like Progenitus or Scion of Ur-Dragon. It was just last year. Stone-Cold Serpent. You don't mean the Workshop Bazaar deck, right? No? Vintage. Event HSI6. Oh yeah. HSI6. Yeah, I know that. My favorite event. Hardened Scales and 2 Gaia's Cradle. Interesting. Well, where is the Stone Cold though? There's no Stone Cold Serpent. G is probably gonna be that, and then colorless. Here it is. Stone Cold. One choke. One choke. One choke. Oh, that's so good. Monochrome. You better just wake up and you're like, yeah, one choke, main deck. One choke. Another one is the same person. After cutting the choke, they still play 1 Cradle and Stone Coil. Honestly, I don't hate Stone Coil in this deck. I don't love it either, but... No, there's more choke in the sideboard. It's not restricted. In this person's estimation event. Crazy. How many people have played the Reaper? What's the name? Reaper King? Reaper. Probably more people play Reaper King Avatar. Whoa! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 decks. No paprikas at all? No, I stayed at home. What? Is this a Wind Trader deck? No, it's Blazing Shawl. Not a Wind Trader deck, it's a Genius deck. I'm sorry for insulting that, but it's a 10 cost red card and a 12 cost red card with Blazing Shawl. And the Chancellor of the Forge for the turn 1, 12 damage, 13 damage. Wow. Cave in. You may remove a red card in your hand. Deals 2 damage to each creature and each player. That was in 2020. Fury of the Horde. So you Blazing Shawl and then you Fury of the Horde to hit them the second time. Wow. I'll save the deck just in case. Impressive. I've never seen anyone play Cave in. Just where's the Red Root Wallace? I guess they didn't release. Nice. Alright, yeah, this is my deck now. Oh, the final improvement. My deck now. G. Okay, so that was... Wait, where's the Reaper King? There is no Reaper King here. That's the second Reaper King deck. Once again, Bazaar of Baghdad, Serum Powder. This is just a... Hogak? Krovik and... No, this is a Squee deck with Reaper King to pitch. With Price Amalgam? Bros, when they finally add Poxwalkers to model with the rest of the 40k cards, which should be sometime this year, we could play 8 Root Wallas, maybe not even Vengevine, maybe even drop Vengevine, and play Poxwalkers and Price Amalgam. And then Price Amalgam is a blue card for your forces. This is 8 cards, not... It's like, and I'm saying to play it over 4 Vengevines, but... You know, you could play a few more spells in general, a few more threats in general. I'm not sure if Amalgam is that good either, because you only have Poxwalkers to reanimate it. We'll see about that, but... Grief then. Oh yeah, Grief. Poxwalkers, Grief, that's like 12 black cards to begin with. Solid. Then you add 2 Reaper Kings and you have even more. This is the same deck, Reaper King. Reaper King, the Ur-Dragon, nice. By Anonymous. Undisclosed player. Showing up, placing with the Ur-Dragon and the Reaper King, and then never to be seen again. It was before MH2, so that Krovikan Horror and Squee. Krovikan Horror, quite of a bit worse of a card than Master of Death. Master of Death is also blue-black for Grief. That's actually nice. So if you play Master of Death... Maybe you also can like play Master of Death in a deck where you... If you can pitch it to enough stuff, maybe you don't need to play the Squee. If you don't believe the Squee is pulling its weight and like you don't want to be going as hard on the theme. A little bit lighter on the pitch spells. Not sure if that makes sense, maybe not. There's also the Library of Alexandria deck, which some people play in their Bazaar decks sometimes as a 5th Bazaar, but I'm not sure about it. I'm not sure if it's that much of a Bazaar. You have to be on the draw and you use it once, but then you kinda you pitch, you like play a force, and what then? How TFs at a 5th Bazaar? Yeah, if you're on the draw, you go library, pass, in your opponent's turn, you draw, you force their spell. You untap, you draw, you're at 7 cards again. You pass, you draw, you force their spell. And then like you untap and you find Bazaar by then. So, you know, 1 Library of Alexandria, 1 the Ur-Dragon. Just, that's the thing. Two Ur-Dragons, 2 Reaper Kings. That's a lot. Mono green combo once again. No. No more Shaun of Ur-Dragon. That's all the Reaper Kings. Sorry, the Ur-Dragon, not the Shaun of Ur-Dragon. You could play the Ur-Dragon as Shaun of Ur-Dragon. I don't think it makes much difference what 5 card you play. Shaun of the Ur-Dragon. The Your Dragon. Whoa! $65? We drunkenly sang the song at a karaoke night and they unplugged our mic. Well, you should have not. No, I mean, you should have had fun. Although it is sad that they did that. What does the Ur-Dragon do? If it's in the command zone or on the battlefield. Other dragon spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Wow. That's crazy. That is absolutely insane. Whenever 1 or more dragons you control attack, draw that many cards. How many? Is that a working English phrase? Whenever one or more dragons you control attack, draw that many cards? I guess it is. But it does sound a little bit weird. Then you may put a permanent card from your hand onto the battlefield. It's a horrible card, but commander players like it for a dragon tribal. I mean, anything with eminence sounds pretty strong. And you don't have to pay the mana for the commander. Just chills there in the commander zone until it's time for your dragon to get there. Legal and Oathbreaker, nice. It's only 4 of them? Edgar makes vampires when you cast vampires. What's the deal with Oathbreaker lately? Yeah. Arababo, Roar of the World, and Inalla. Let's read Enababo. So Enababo, beginning of combat. If Enababo is in the commander zone, another target card you control gets +3/+3. Wow. That's a lot. You play like a Johnny Sprite Mint. And then you attack for 5? That's crazy. It's only one legal commander for Ur-Dragon and Oathbreaker, lol. Yeah, you better play Joda Carthalion. Janus Quartalion. Tap 5 untapped wizards you control. Target opponent loses 7 life based. Whenever under non-token wizard enters the battlefield under your control, if Vanilla Archmage Ritualist is in command zone or on the battlefield, you may pay Eden. If you do, create a token that's a copy of that wizard against haste and exile it. Wow. The Vanilla combo line wins with just Spellseeker. Thank you for the link, but I will not look at it, but I believe you. That's crazy though. But you only have one spell seeker, so you'll never find it. Pauda. No Bazaar. Yeah, Bazaar to Squee. Nice hand. How good would be Bazaar if they printed a second Bazaar? And would you play Serum Powder then? Or would you just replace Serum Powder with 4 more Bazaars? And it would be called Bazaar of, I don't know, Szczecin. This time instead of that. Maybe just draw 2, discard 1. Well, draw 1, discard 2. Draw 2, draw 2, discard 1 would be pretty strong. Would be pretty strong. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I have so many squeeze, I can just activate it endlessly. I guess I'll play the hollow one. Don't wasteland me, broski. Don't ancient to. No, no. What did I say? What did I say? You seemed to have not listened closely, opponent. Nice draw. Good draw. Solid. Okay. 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 If I discard 2 Brute Wallas in my cleanup and a Vengevine is in my graveyard, I get the Vengevine, right? I get priority in the cleanup step. So it triggers the ability. We can play towards that. What's the deal with main deck Tabernacle? If I counter this, if they literally never draw anything, then it's technically okay. I mean, how do I win? Maybe I can't win if I let them have this. No, I mean, I can draw like Force of Vigor and then just kill this. It's like whatever. Bazaar. Do I use Bazaar now or do I wait? Kurwa, no nie wiem. I guess I use it. YOLO. Okay. Also, I had a question for you, chat. For those of you who are into the lore of Magic the Gathering and Lord of the Rings, why is Gandalf the Grey a blue-red card? Does that make sense for the character? Why is he red? It's kinda odd. Well, he's a wizard, I get the blue part. But the red one is kinda... I don't quite vibe with that, but maybe wrongfully so. We have the Tabernacle, so I don't know how I beat that, actually. Well, that's a problem. Aye, aye, aye. There's gonna be more Gandalf, so they might be differently colored. Aren't wizards red? I mean, they're mainly blue. I mean, they said there's no planeswalkers in Lotro. Because there are no planeswalkers in the books. Yeah, Gandalf the White being white, that would make sense. Money. I don't know, I guess I'll discard 3 Squeeze and we're gonna, I don't know, they waste me and I die. I mean, so the way to win is to Bazaar once again into Force of Will, Wilgor, before they replay Wasteland. That's the way to win. Let's try to do that. Money, force of vigor, please. No vigor for me, damn sharks. We still can draw force of vigor on the next turn. They waste me. Then I draw force of vigor. I kill this, and like in my, since I have 4 squeeze, I can clean up summon Vengevine. It's cause if Slaughter lore, his ring of power is associated with fire. He has a ring of power? Your Slaughter message got modded out. Or did you say something not cool? Probably not, but... ...12 cards. Alright, I guess I'll pass and I discard... Squeeze this. People also ask what was the Flame of Honor. Honor is the Sindarin name for the sun. And so literally the Flame of Honor would be the light of the sun, which originated in the fiery fruit of Laurel Leon. One of the 2 trees of Valinor. Bros. Tolkien made up lots of stuff. That's for sure. It was just like, yeah, I guess. It's like, think up of something funny. Flame of Landor. Nandos. Flame of Nandos. Tolkien was always pictured with a pipe and it probably wasn't tobacco in there. Oh, he was a plumber too. That's nice. Urza Saga. We might struggle against that. Well, we might struggle against that. I think the sphere kills me. I have to say my opponent is pretty aggressive with the Wastelands. Game 1 kinda rude if you ask me. We've got plenty of looks, but we failed to draw well, maybe I should have forced a Crucible earlier. I would have died to this Lodestone Golem though, but... A Tabernacle... Ay. Snapback bad. Sally good. Versus Goloz. Mindbreak bad. Submit. This versus Needles. Damn, your favorite song. Very nice song. The makeup this lady has is crazy. It's a lot. Well, I don't show her eyes. She say Keshka? 20 years old in Turkey, which makes it 30 years old. Fair. Good hand. Didn't get the 90s until 2004. So are you Turkish? But do you live there? Because you request Turkish songs, but then German rap. In roughly half and half proportions. They moved to 5, that's nice. I'll hit them with a high. So it appears like I just am friendly. O jacie, ale mi Aleksa kichnąłem. Bells you. Thanks. Thanks. Oh wow. LFG go. Do I still refuse to say who's your least favorite chatter? Yes. Oh, Smurf is towards the bottom of the list, yeah. Well, bottom of the list of most favorite chatters, so yeah. Misha's Wong Shop. No, don't you go us into Tabernacle, bro. Why you do this? Why do? Can't you see I don't have one? I would gladly pay, just not now, later. Don't have to be so unkind about it. I think I keep Vigors to have Rutwala. I don't think I need to crack yet. Discard force? Yeah, I did. Waste Workshop, 12 turn clock. They have Tabernacle. It dies. Oh, you mean die to Mana Vault. This way, 12 turn clock. I guess I can haste Vengevine, so that's also good. Okay. So maybe I should have indeed wasted this, that's true. Although if they play a Sphere, I can kill the Sphere with this. Nettlesis, it dies, bro. You have a land? Oh, you do. Well. Yeah. Okay, kill them. Nice. Very nice. Should I have Caracas against him to have more lands? Maybe I should have Mindbreak over Chalice on the draw. I say that with a heavy heart, but I think that is the case. On the draw, Chalice not so good. No. No Bazaar inside. They move to 6. Let's move with them. 3 Bazaars and a Force of Will. Nice. Probably put back the third at this point. Unlikely to be able to use the 3 Bazaars, although I don't know. Is the Cradle better? It definitely keeps Squee. Like, I have Bazaar, there's no reason to put back Squee here. It's either Bazaar number 3 or Cradle. With 3 Bazaars, I should have so much card advantage. I'll keep 3 Bazaars. Probably end up discarding a card. One of those anyways. I don't know, maybe, not sure. Really not sure. Urza Saga turn 1, okay. Crazy. So they didn't lead on a wasteland. Which means I probably should be free to discard Bazaar at this point. Yeah, Saga gets Needle eventually. Which also does not make me want to keep triple Bazaar. So we have to find Force of Vigor or a Wasteland. Or a Strip Mine. Gas Quarter. Sure. I'll just fetch up my mountain. Oh, no mountain. Ay, ay, ay. No Wasteland now, just Vigor. I guess this was my green card for Vigor, so maybe I should keep it for that reason, but I am expecting this hollow one to kill. Not sure. He destroyed this game last round. Get him good, can he? Well, hopefully. How insane would it have been to pitch whole hand for Vengevine Res? I didn't realize I can, but I have force of will. I shouldn't do that. I think that's way too bad. I can also do that next turn, and it's 16. It's like 20 damage at the same rate. Because they are at 16 now, so 8 plus 8 would kill them still. So if we disregard blocking. And so that line of play is available to me on the next turn too. I can draw like a blue card. And then blue card doesn't do anything. Oh, Wong Shop? Bro. Nettle assist? Ay, caramba. I think we have to counter this. Too strong. I wish Squee was, I don't know, 5 color. Ooh, good draw. Good thing I pitched my Vengevine to be in my graveyard. I think I should have kept the Vengevine over Master of Death. That's a big mistake, I think. Well, I'll replay it next turn unless we draw Wasteland. Then we could like screw them by them not having mana. I think we should subtlety this. Nice draw. Wow. We got a Tabernacle. I only have 2 cards. From what it seems, they might as well just be mana. Maybe more Golosses. Ooh, that is nice. If they play out a Wasteland, I wish I did that in upkeep. I didn't have... Ay, caramba. Caramba. O ja pierdolę, ale mnie chwycił chłop. Ręki. Nie do obejścia. Mhm. No outs now with the golem in play. Well, no real. I guess Wasteland, the Tabernacle. That's the Tolerant Academy. No, Kaneki. What? They have better plays? Saga, okay, now dead. Hello? Sure? Halo. Dziewczyna szamana musiało stać. Byle nie coś tam, coś tam. Szamana. Nice. Nice draw step. That puts me at 3-3. So there is 2 more rounds. Yeah, I guess let's play. Let's play. Byle to. In the meantime, we can take a look at Red Pitch Bazaar once again. I guess we should make sure that they did not print higher cost red cards. Eleven mana red cards. Daybreak games. Please add blood for the blood gods so my deck actually works on Magic Online. They literally ruined because blood for the blood god is not on model. Got pushed back last week, PogChamp. Discard your hand and draw 8 cards. Deals 8 damage to each opponent. Exile blood for the blood god. Okay. It says Space Marines. Set up into some kind of a corn sign. Any fans of the 40k franchise in the chat? Anyone plays the figurine game? Or computer games? The Death Touch zombies from the Warhammer set will certainly shake up the format. For sure. Is this on Modo? You play the fantasy miniature game? Damn, it is on Modo. Why do I want something high costed? Well, we come back to the Blazing Shoal deck, right? That we have found in the dumps. And it turns out that they made the Reaper King obsolete by printing an 11 cost red card in the Warhammer Commander deck. But it's not available on Modo now. So we're forced to play with the inferior Reaper King for now. Oh, it's green for the Force of Vigor. It's actually better. Damn. Long live the king. You're right. Long live the king. I'm sorry for insulting the king. You're way better than Blood for the Blood God. I sincerely apologize. Alright, waiting for the Gruul 11 cost card. Let's just find the most expensive cards in general. Okay, so Autochthon Worm and Earthquake Dragon are tied for being the most expensive card ever for a green shawl. Autochthon Worm also pretty good with the white shawl, or you would need to find someone who deals 15 damage to you, which is not trivial. I'm not even sure if you can shawl an Emrakul. I think you can because you target the thing that gets dealt damage. And then you choose a source, so that gets around protection. Hierophant Biotitan, Galta Primal Hunger. What does Hierophant Blood Titan, Biotitan do? It's a costly one. Tyrannid, damn. Frenzied Metabolism. As an additional cost, you may remove any number of counters. Costs 2 less to cast for each counter removed this way. Oh, so it's not actually expensive. So it's a green 12/12 Vigilance Reach Ward 2. And can be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. That's crazy. What's Tyrannid? It's a race of people in Warhammer 40,000. It's this, guys. Aliens. Like from the movie Alien. Also had one Tyrannid card that I found really funny. Clamavus. The human tyrant, I don't know how that works. Each creature you control gets +1/+1 for each +1/+1 counter on it. Which is funny because it explains like how the counters work. If you think of it, it kind of seems to explain the explaining the plus on counters, so it's like, yeah. This and Ramus. No. Ramos. No. Ramses. Ramses. Whenever a player loses the game, you win the game. Do you know of any other tautological cards? Because I find them really funny. That's for EDH. Well, no shit, bro. I get it. The EDH players need their cards explained more clearly than the hardcore high IQ competitive crowd. You don't have to be mean about it. Dranif Magistrate. Let's read Dranif Magistrate. I haven't done it in a while. Your opponents can't cast spells from anywhere other than their hands. Well, I guess. Ramses looks broken in vintage. It's actually not so good though. The looks might be deceiving. That's a good example of that. It's actually not so good. It's, in fact, I've never seen anyone play it. If this card is your chosen companion, you may cast it once from outside the game. So that's not tautological, that's just false. Cast it once from outside the game. Why does it specify once? You may put it into your hand from outside the game for free as a sorcery. So it gets exiled, you just can't reuse it, yeah. Damn. What if it was like that? If you path to exile Lurus, they just get to replay it. Also, do you think Lurus is this one or this one? What if this is Lurus and we thought this is Lurus for the what 3 years that it existed? When was it got? Yeah, 2021, 2 years. All companions are moms. Do you think there's gonna be another companion card printed in 2023? Before 2025 included. And I don't mean like Movu Loyal Companion or Searchlight Companion or Trusty Companion or Spirit Companion. They named so many cards companions. Not all of them seem to have younglings in the art. Jirda. There's no small foxes anywhere. Sky Nomad. There's some small... Oh, Yorion is huge. There's some small Yorion links around there, maybe. Mori has a funny face. It's pretty dorky face. Given that even heavily nerfed a lot of companions still see play, I think it is safe to assume it won't come back to standard. Maybe some Commandore or supplemental set. No. Yes or no? Don't beat around the bush. And don't overthink it. Will there be a new companion card by 2026? Before 2026 hits? Well, Maro says things and then he does something entirely different. Obosh has little eyes here. It's kind of scary. It seems such a nice companion. Hellion Horror. What's a Hellion? It's a Magic the Gathering creature card type. Teufels Braten in German. I don't know where's the idea for a Hellion, but it's just like a worm-like with a maw face. Assist. Another player can pay up to 6 of the spell's cost. Why would your opponent pay for your spells? That doesn't seem to make much sense. Any rowdy or mischievous young men in chat? Probably most of them. When the Volcano Hylian comes into play, deals an amount of damage of your choice to you and target creature. What is your choice? How much damage would you take from the Volcano Hylian? I would personally take 9. Maybe 8. You do get to choose 420. Should play the assist Hylian and get really mad and chat if your opponent doesn't help pay for it. Is it on model? It doesn't sound like a card that would work on model. Magma Hellion. It is on model, so how does the interface work? Chat, anyone wants to test this? I need an opponent. And I need that opponent to help me pay for my Hylian. Alright, after the round, we're gonna test the assist. But I guess what I'm interested about is seeing how the interface looks from both sides. So you're gonna need to buy the assist creatures too. Like, how does that even work rules-wise? How do you, like, put a spell on the stack, but then you ask your opponent kindly to help? And they're like, actually, no. What if we can't agree and, like, both players want to pay more? It's like, yeah, I pay 5. No, bro, I pay 5, you pay 4. No, bro, really. Let me. No, no way. That sounds like a real problem. They don't have the cards. Do you think they exist on Modo, or maybe I got my leg pulled and they don't actually exist on Modo? 2 Bazaars I keep. The spell doesn't go on the stack if players can't find an agreement. So you have to reveal to your opponent? Wow, that's such a downside mechanic if they just refuse to help. Crazy design. Oh god, I'm against Dredge Hogak this round. That sounds made up. Dredge Hogak? You mean Hogak or Dredge? Or actually Dredge Hogak? Pretty rare to face Dredge Hogak. Chrome Mox. They play initiative, then hitting Chrome Mox is actually quite good. Although I have subtlety, so maybe not. I think it might be good in this spot. You choose an opt, they pay any amount, you pay the rest. So you can choose 2 opponents. Oh, they don't play the... Oh no, oh no. Ruined. Should have just kept the subtlety. They got Bazaar and Golgari Grave. They probably don't play Hogak. They just play Dredge. Wow. Ruined. Hmm. Damn, this song is a banger. If we draw another Bazaar, we can actually get back to the game. Another Wasteland, rather. Because they refuse to use their Wasteland on my Wasteland. It's not very good, so like I understand them, but I think they maybe should. Okay, I guess I'm screwed. I said no. Wow, requested by me? How the heck? Doesn't even make sense. I don't remember this song. Put the seasoned engineer on the bottom. I congratulate you on your victory, opponent. You have bested me. They play any legendaries? They play needles? Thalia is a legendary? Alright, good enough. Force of negation is not good. I say no. The show. Chalice is strong. Snapback is not so incredible. How many rounds do you think tomorrow's Legacy will be? 8? Probably 8. I think it's pretty hard for Legacy to go to 9. 9 rounds. Nice hand. Can check if anybody's in the Legacy event now. It's 13 people, so in 17 hours times 13 people, 17 per hour. Yeah, 8 rounds. What is Chancellor? So you have to remember that Chancellor is present here. And my first spell is gonna be counter. Probably will aim to make it a Rutwala, but I can have Force of Will up, so I did not discard the Rutwala yet to keep it for the Vengevine summoning. I'm not falling for this time. Also because I don't have an answer. Bro, you proud of yourself? Of your stupid wasteland? Ooh. Okay, let's discard the Rutwala now. To get through the Chancellor shield. And I just have Force of Will and Noxious Revival. Hopefully they don't play Cavern Thalia, that would be disastrous. Strip Mine. Sure. I draw Bazaar. What? That is rather Bazaar. Bro, it's like 10,000 times I said that. The joke, that Bazaar bizarre. Still feels fresh though. Creatureless. Do they have a flash monster? Any flash monsters in the list? I don't think the stock list has any flash monsters. Is Fury or Fossil Vigor better? I think I want Foss. I'll kill their white source eventually. Bow. Bow. Nice mana base, idiot. We even have an answer for Cavern Thalia with Subtlety. Wow, more Ancient Tomb. Guess I was the idiot. Oh. Damn. Or whatever. Fine. I was the idiot for running out the chalice. Will the next vlog be in Baghdad? No, it's gonna be in Minneapolis. Because that's the location of the next PT. I hope they don't draw Wasteland suddenly. That'll be disastrous. Mox Jet, sure. Archon of Absolution. Why did we not play Hollow One for Vengevine? Archon of Absolution. Well, I could evoke Subtlety, I just don't want to spew cards, bro, so I can use them to interact with my opponent. It's probably better to Fossil Will this, just don't give them the choice. I mean, if they replay it, it's good for me. I mean, they'd see I pitch a Fossil Will, so they shouldn't put it on top. I mean, Archon of Absolution is actually not bad. They should probably draw a Vloran because they can draw a Wasteland. Maybe I should play Hollow One now to block. I lose an extra life to the Master of Death. And like, it seems like the main way to lose would be to Wasteland. Get Wastelanded. Did you say they're adding 40k cards? The Daybreak games date for the 40k cards is Q3 of this year. From what I know, since it's a Universes Beyond thing, I've seen somebody on Twitter say that there is like allegedly the agreement with Games Workshop stipulates that they would need to release the full decks on Modo. Like cannot do that partially like they do with their own sets often on Modo, where they just release whatever they deem worth releasing. I'm not sure that is true, but that's what I've seen said online, and that would kind of make sense. Snapback Hollow 1 to trigger Revenge Fight. I would rather keep. Well, it's 2 Venge Vines, but I would rather keep the Force of Will. Well, I guess if I discarded a Cradle instead of the Master of Death, then I probably should do that. It was probably the right play, just needed to keep Force of Will up. Oh. Would have get slightly shreked by that, so. Snapback is back. I don't think it ever left. Snap Hollow 1 back. Yeah, I mean, I could. I don't care, though. I literally don't care, chat. Okay, I guess Snapback was gone. I take that back. Nobody was close to summoning the Sphinx against me today, though. I played against one Leyline of the Void. Out of a Tinker deck of some sort. Are you mayhaps suggesting that it is time to bust out the good old Dredge decks? Dredge deck? I'm playing shops. Makes sense. No one play Leyline versus me. People do play Leyline. People just do have Leyline. Like everyone has a Leyline still. You got me good. Oh, 1 into 5, 1 into 5, 2. Congrats on an excellent score. McWinsos. Charles on the draw, out. Snapback, in. Just so that I never use it anyways. Bro, I lost to read freaking Lutri deck. Nice. Nearly played Lutri. Lutri, what the heck? What's the deal with Lutri? Like when companions were unnerved, some people played Lutri in Vintage. And sometimes they were little bitches because they had 3 more Force of Will in the sideboard and they boarded into Force of Will when you were in a combo deck. And I didn't like that. I thought that was unfair. Like, come on, like commit. At least commit to the bit. Don't sideboard out of your Lutri. Spoot, Spike, Rituala. Or nah, Force of Vigor. Powder. Keep. You have all the same Vengevine art. Yes, I don't like the promo Vengevine. I'm not even sure it's on Modo, but I really don't like it. Something rubs me the wrong way about it. Also, it's not about having different artworks. It's about playing the artworks I like. But I just don't like this one. It looks too smooth for a Vengevine to me. Do I like the one Surgical I ran? Yes. Well, sort of. It reminds me of the game Planescape Torment. It was a character watch who was a floating skull with a little bit of a bone. Ay, Thalia. Well, actually, I can ignore Thalia. Sort of. You have Case Cradle. Let's ignore Thalia. I don't know. Ah, simple. They have waste in play. Yeah. Sure, so what? I have creature spells. Even Master of Death is a creature spell. And then I play a Gaze Cradle and then I have mana. That actually lets me attack through Thalia. Gaze Cradle is so good. Cradle on the spot looks incredible. Yeah, I agree. Definitely want more. Master of Cake, that's a good one. Such a good line, bro. Kurwa, no. Spierdalaj. Ty tabernaklarzu, stulejarzu, no. So not cool. So not okay. I even have the cradle to pay for my guys, and what do I get for that? Nothing. 2 colorless mana. Mana Crypt. Alright, a win con. We currently win the race. If it goes my way. Thank you. Thank you for the plan. This Tabernacle you hate the most in Vintage. I mean, I don't know if I hate Tabernacle, but it's the card that annoys me the most frequently. And I clench for not seeing it the most. Alright, free damage, 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 I'll lose the flip. Yes! Double sub to get Venge and pay. I think double subtlety to... What? And pay for what? Well, I could summon the double Venge, right? That's true. They play Chrome Mox. They have one card in hand. Pay with Cradle. For what? The Vengevine. But I think I'd rather subtlety my opponent's place. Let's see if they lose the next flip. You can also block Thalia. I guess. Well, I don't know. I don't know, I'll pass. Everybody reading Vengevine. It does trigger on your opponent's turn. It rarely does in practice, but... They pay with a white mana? Over the Mana Crypt? Why is music so quiet in relation to Mr. Streamer? Bro, it always has been like that. Maybe actually not.
He's a phenomenal control player.
18 months.
Alright, let's see what about now. Let's hope they attack. Also, they lost the flip, lol. Lamao. Dawaj, atakuj. Dawaj, atakuj. Why are you champ attacking, bro? Now, do we put Bazaar on top of my deck, or do I put Thalia on top of theirs, so it doesn't do anything? I think I put Bazaar on top. And they draw the Adventurer, and that's perfectly okay. So they draw it and they die. And even if they have a wasteland in their hand for some godforsaken reason, which they don't, maybe they can have Solitude, but I don't think it makes sense for them to have Solitude much. Like, it kinda does because they pitch one to Chromox, but... Maybe the last card was Thalia? Again? 4 mana? Where did that come from? Wow. They didn't have a spot to cast this? Would I enter the Undercity? Oh yeah. Happily. Enter the Undercity. Win flip? No, they want to... I want them to lose the flip. Dołeczki. Won the flip. What a luck suck. Trap. You actually lose. Anointed Peacekeeper, okay. They die to the mana crypt. And they die if I find a second monster to summon Vengevine from my graveyard. You die, bro. Well, I don't die. I die next turn, but like right now I don't. Alpinko today going crazy. Monster? Too easy. No need for some mana crypt game deciding flips. Bro, Gaze Cradle, best card in this deck. Maybe we should build a Bazaar deck that would utilize Gaze Cradle to its fullest. Just sounds good. Just sounds solid. Now let me go to Mana Traders and see if they have Magma Hellion and Charging Beanox. Charging Beanox. What a name. They do have Charging Beanox. No. It says not release on MTGO. These cards do not exist on Modo. They actually are not... They're implemented, but like they don't... You can't buy them. Wow. Do I need assistance, Scanny? Well, I wanted to, but... My opportunity has been taken away from me. I mean, the forces get cast and disappear, but they also had a significant role in that match.
Typha Toxic Guide.
Yeah. Thank you for the sub, Airboat. If you post about this on Twitter, so they cry for help. Well, the cards just don't exist on Moda, so like they probably are required to require some amount of work to implement, and nobody needs them. So Battle Bond. Do the dual lands from Battle Bond have bases have like the land types? They don't. Wow. That's a little bitch move, I say, Maro, on this one. Not giving them the basic land type to mock the reserved list visibly on full display. It's mostly reprints. I thought it was a set of new cards. It's mostly reprints. Crazy. And the crowd goes wild. Support X, assist. Wow. Borderland Marauder used to be a staple of the cube for way too long. I think, at least. I think it was in Vintage Cube. Maybe I'm mistaken. Probably that was some other cards. There's a Bloodthirsty card that I felt similarly about. Bloodthirster. Can attack a player that has already attacked this turn. Wow, crazy. Was the Bloodthirst 2 dude? Yeah. Storm. Well, probably searching for Storm doesn't help. Contortionist Otter Storm. Crow Storm, so good. Stormcrow lonely, boon for a birder. Stormcrows together, likely a murder. This is actually funny. Let's get struck by lightning. Is this better or worse than empty? Well, it's better at blocking. And worse at attacking. Because it's 1 power per spell. It's probably worse overall because you mostly use empty to attack people, not to block. Of course, last player Fnoop. The first table nonetheless. It's kind of sad they made this card silver border because then they can't make it non-silver border anymore and it would be a funny card. Lord Beerus 6-1, damn. Good luck. I would like it in Popper. Yeah, Storm cards in Popper are solid. There should be more of them. Definitely. Ooh, already qualified, damn. Impressive. Scattershot is worse corruption and still broken. What the heck is Scattershot? Wow. Well, that's legal. Why would I print a worse Grapeshot? Crazy. Oh, it's an instant. Why would I print a worse Scattershot? In Time Spiral. Will I play Legacy Showcase tomorrow? If yes, what deck? I don't know yet if I will play it. I probably will play with Reanimator and lose to Crop Rotation for Bojuka Bog in round number 1 and to Surgical Extraction in round number 2. After which I will drop. Maybe it's not gonna be Crop Rotation, but instead Elvish Reclaimer. We can't know that. What would I play if I really wanted to top it? I actually don't know. Delver. They just banned their cards, so it's probably broken. Put 2 cards, crazy. Let's put back one of the Root Wallace. Misha's Wang Shop. Ay ay ay. Green Monolith. Okay. Also, it's the Mono Blue PO. Damn, I wish I had Mindbreak Trap, bros. Pepperoni. Damn. Too bad I didn't have Mindbreak Trap to stop my opponent from casting so many spells in a turn. I want the Force of Will for a Jewel. They play a Jewel, do I counter? Maybe I don't. Maybe I just steal their Jewel back. Do you think that makes sense, or that's not really possible to work? I mean, they draw 3 cards. It's probably unwise to wait. I'll counter. If they counter back, then I can steal it. Pact of Negation, alright. I mean, have another pact, I guess. To make them more likely to fizzle. Fizzle with the chisel. Chat, did you know that Twitch Prime lets you subscribe to your favorite streamers for free every single month? And it's really base, you should do that. Tank, play the stupid metamorph. Yeah, obviously you've got your metamorph, bro. I've never seen this deck fizzle. What's it cast the first jewel? I'll reach up to S7, RA7 for sure. Good. Just important not to let it go to waste, because that would be a shame. Are we dead? Most likely, yeah. It's because we lacked a mind break trap. Go on, go on. Teichu Aisu. Key. That's plus 1 mana. Volt. Sure. Tinker, sure. Quite a jewel, okay. They can pay for the pack. They assuredly do, yeah. How does opponent win with Infiniters and Tinker? They just win with the Urza Saga constructs attacking me, or Karn the Great Creator doing something. Do I scoop here? I do, yeah. Just looking at cards. If you take a look at the looking emote, you realize that's actually just the forward-facing Pepe that has most of its face painted over with just green. And it's a little bit of a shoddy job, even if you look at this. It's kind of crazy. Never seen that before, but it sure looks like that is the case. I mean, I would actually prefer Mind Break Traps over Subtleties in this matchup, so maybe Mind Break Traps does have a chance, because otherwise I don't have good cards for the matchups. It's not like Surgical does anything good. I mean, I could Surgical, I don't know, a Jewel, that sounds bad. Subtlety is a blue card. Probably Snapback is better than Subtlety. Well, we can Subtlety the... I'm just happy we found a blue card even worse than MBT. Which one? I think Subtlety is excellent, like to have 4 in the deck, but I think Subtlety is better than Fury in this deck. It's just that you need to have like proper amount of cards for proper matchups, and with this build, like Subtlety was great against the Initiative, etc. I've been happy with it in many matchups, so I just need to have my deck built to account for all the matchups, right? Well, subtlety is better than fury. It's just straight up better. It's what I've been saying in 2023, in 2022, and in 2021. Was Modern Horizons 2021? Modern Horizons 2? I think so. Why did I pitch Master of Death? Damn. I blame it on it being kinda late. MH2 feels like yesterday, yeah. Sure does, buddy. Alright, Force of Vigor of the top. Force de Vigueur. Soon. Next roster, I believe. I'm doing the thing again. Mind break traps back into my deck. Imperious Mindbreaker. Wow. They even make a construct. 2 constructs. Four. It's like Hollow One stats. Exactly, lore accurate record. Deck was fine. That's all I can say. If I play in the morning, which I'm not sure if I will, it's in 9 hours, then I will play Hex Drinkers. If I don't play in the morning, I will not play Hex Drinkers. What's my Hex Drinker list? Last time I played it. Has free blood gas, I like that. Is Hex Drinker for Cradle? Yeah. What? Soul of Emancipation? Bro, we've gone places. Can you explain why you won't play Hexdrinker if you don't play in the morning? There is a 9 AM challenge. If I play in it, I will play with this deck. If I will not play in it, I will not play with any deck. It was for show and tell, yeah. Well, it's very not needed. A, 8 jest ten challenge. No, yeah, it starts at 8, so probably not gonna play it at 8. It's like a crazy time to wake up to play Vintage. Although, let's see, maybe, you know, hard to say for now. Have a Forest, have Dismembers. Dismember is fine. Endurance is fine. Surgical is fine. Chalice is fine. I cut Chalice from the main deck to make... Chalice is kinda redundant with Collector Roof, I guess. Two Caracas is for Hogak, but nobody plays Hogak. It's kinda not needed. Why are those challenges at terrible times for everyone? Well, it's very nice time for... Well, typically it's 9 AM in Poland, so that's an okay time. I don't think they're at a bad time. 7-1, damn, congrats. Do I think anyone has a breakdown of Mox winners by format they qualified by? You could probably message Fire Shoes on Twitter or Bumzing. Seems like a good suggestion too. This sounds like the music they play in Middle Eastern restaurants. Well, they probably do. They probably do play it. Hindi and Arabic sound very different, lol. Maybe to you. To an untrained ear, it's easy to get confused. Did I play any mirror-ish matchups today? No, I did not play against another Bazaar deck. Let's play 4 Bloodgas. I think Bloodgas is incredible in this deck. It's synergize with Hexdrinker. The options to cut are, I think, Yavimaya, Broseju, Hexdrinker, or Once Upon. Vote chat. Which one of those cards should leave the deck in order to make space for a 4th copy of Bloodgust? Drinker. I knew it's gonna come, but I didn't want to hear it. Boseju. Let's play Boseju over the Caracas in the sideboard. Number 3 for the Sphinx matchups. It's not super often that it's great to draw the Boseju. Yeah, the Caracas, I think I had Caracas in there because I used it to fight Hogak, but like Hogak doesn't exist anymore. Sphinx matchup might be attract some matchups though. Sure. I'm not sure what do you mean by that. Any Tinker deck is a Sphinx matchup. Pre or post board, mostly. Traxa doesn't have much to do with that. Oh, I mean Caracas has Atraxa. Yeah, I mean Atraxa is not really... It's like very uncommon. I think Bloodgust in this deck helps a lot with having enough cards to discard for value off of the Bazaar. Consistently, sometimes I struggled with that when I had no Bloodgusts. So yeah, next time I'll play this, I'll play with many Bloodgusts. That said, thank you for watching today's stream. Thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Or thank you for being generally chill and doing stuff. Never read pitch deck. Yeah, red pitch deck is saving it for later. It's gonna be next Wednesday probably. The Canny stream will return tomorrow. Not sure with exactly what, but I will return tomorrow. Stay hydrated.